Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Dorholt. Oh. So I'm looking for oh, no, let's do roll call and then we can approve our board retreat agenda. Do you want to just, you don't have a slip, how about we just go around and say who's here, is that fine, or? So Shannon Haas is present.
Al Dahlgren.
Hello, Natalie Copeland.
Heather Weems.
Scott Andreasen.
Zachary Dorholt.
And then throughout the day, we'll have some guests presenting when we will introduce them when they are on for their agenda topic. So I'm looking for a motion to approve today's exciting board retreat meeting agenda.
So move.
Do I have a second? I have a motion by Scott and a second by Mr. Dorholt. We'll call the vote.
Shannon Haas.
Yes.
Al Dahlgren.
Yes.
Natalie Copeland.
Yes.
Monica Segura Schwartz.
Yes.
Heather Weems.
Yes.
Zach Dorholt. Yes.
Okay. First up, we have norms of collaboration. And how we're going to work this is Dr. Putnam will be pulling up the PowerPoint. Correct? Okay. And then she will be introducing the first slide, going through it, and then we'll open it up for conversation, and then we'll move on to the next slide. So questions and conversations per slide, because they're sort of each a topic item. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Haas. Good morning. These, just for the board's awareness, these were shared either with Chair Haas or with me as topics or questions for the board's consideration as we're reforming with new members. And so I will be, as Shannon said, I will be offering it, and then I will step out of the conversation because these are not my norms or decisions. This is for the board. So these are the interpersonal communication norms. It was a request, as I said, to consider. And most of these came from our cabinet. So I just want to talk briefly, just some background, because as a cabinet and as a district leadership team, we wanted to make sure that we understood what they were. Most of them are very self-explanatory. The make and keep professional promises and repair harm when caused. Those, what we meant as a cabinet and a district leadership team was that we would make commitments in terms of professional responsibilities, as I will get you this by X date at X time. And when we did not, or if we did not, we would acknowledge that we missed that commitment and ask, what is it that you need from me? So not necessarily in terms of emotional harm, but in terms of professional harm. Though certainly if there was a relationship that needed to be repaired, we would also do that. And the only other one that we talked a lot about at the district leadership team is that assume positive intent. Often it seems as we talked about it as a cabinet, it was the listener, right? That falls on the listener to assume positive intent. But we read some articles about how the speaker can also make that job a little bit easier by how we frame it, using the I statements, and assuming when we speak that the person also, we're assuming the best of them and their intent also. So those were some of the conversations that we had, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. So we're going to open this up for conversation, and I think I just want to start by saying that we all know that we're a great group of 7 people here, that we all believe in the mission statement, and we all bring value to our conversations. So when I think of that, assume positive intent, I want to train my mind to quickly go, okay, but remember, Shannon, we all believe in the mission statement. So whatever somebody's saying, they're not disagreeing with this mission statement. And so I have to train myself to challenge myself to understand what viewpoint they're coming from. But anyway, want to open this up for comments, questions, thoughts. What speaks out to you? What? Natalie?
I connect with speak from your own perspective, use I statements. I didn't used to do that as much as I do now, and have been wonderfully corrected by folks in the community, that I just tell my story and what my feelings are and what my opinion is, and instead of saying, well, so-and-so said this, and I believe that, like, it's just enough that I say what I feel, that I don't need to bring somebody else's opinion into it as well.
Thank you. Anybody else, comments? Scott?
Well, in my work, I travel a lot, and arriving on time, I try not to set a time. I'll be there in the afternoon or in the morning or early or late. Try not to set a specific, special time, because if I don't keep it, then it's okay.
Yeah, that may mean something for, when I go to my work, people know that, the office is open 8 to 4:30. I'm never there at 8, and I'm probably there till 6. But when I come here to a board meeting, and the meeting's at 6:30, if I'm here at 6 o'clock, I feel like I'm a little bit late. In my business, people who are on military time. And I learned that from my nephew, who said, if you're not 15 minutes early, you're late. So it's depends on where I am and what group I'm meeting with, how important that is. Speaking from your own perspective as a board, I see that as we have been voted the right to be one voice at the table, and so we're speaking from and I believe this, and I believe that. But then once we vote, then it's a we, as, if we're having different conversations, and then we make a decision, and then then we're all in support of the decision made from the vote, is how I interpret our role as an individual and then as a board.
I don't know if I fully agree with that. I don't think that we all have to be in support of it. I think that we all have to respect it. And I think there's a difference there. You can disagree with the decision, but you should respect that the decision of the board was made, and therefore you shouldn't be out speaking against the decision of the board. You shouldn't be actively lobbying for an outcome that was different than what it actually was. But it doesn't mean that you have to agree with what the board decided.
I like that explanation, understanding what to do with
Yeah,
it.
I was looking at these, and at the beginning of and I think finance, and maybe it's on other ones too, I don't know. But on finance committee, I know that on every agenda, now it's, where is it here? Oh, dang it. Every agenda, we have a list of, let me find one again. I just had one.
I know
open.
what you're talking about. It used to be on board development. I think it came from Dennis Whipple.
No, it was around before that even.
shoot. But at the top of every agenda, I would have meeting norms.
Right, yeah.
And they were very similar to this, but they were also different. Oh, brother.
Monica, while Al's looking that up.
How are we, so are these supposed to be the norms that we're going to do for the meeting today?
I viewed this, I saw this as just a conversation of opening it up as we as a group. What do we look for ourselves and others when we're together? Not just today, just in general. That's how I interpreted this.
Oh, I got them here. Yeah, the meeting norms that are on the finance,
Yeah, please.
meeting norms that are on finance committees are attend every meeting, agree to disagree, model good listening, no sidebar conversations, problem solve rather than admiration, participate positively, no sarcasm or demeaning comments, laugh a lot with each other, attack the problem, not the person, listen actively, don't work on other projects. That's been on every agenda for a long time, or every finance committee one. But it was on all agendas for a while. And these are very similar.
I like the attack the problem, not the person one. Monica, go ahead. Were you going to jump back in? Did you have other? Don't have to.
No, I'm just wondering why we're doing this.
There's each slide.
Normally, maybe it's because I was unable to arrive on time, because I missed something. I just don't know what we're doing. Is this a meeting where any decisions will be made?
No,
Okay.
just conversations.
I feel it's just a little with a, that was more every street, and now it feels like a meeting.
So I think each one of these slides is different. I don't know if you saw the PowerPoint. These norms of collaboration sort of came out of suggestions from board members of what they wanted to talk about. And so each of the slides was broken down into this subject title, how people interpret that. And we meet at 6:30 p.m. and that I get why, people in the morning and they're dropping kids off and they're doing whatever. So no, and don't get too excited about that. We're just having conversations about. I think it's really important for us to be respectful to each other so that we feel comfortable respectfully bringing different perspectives to our conversations, because if we're not comfortable with that, we're doing the community a disservice because we're 7 viewpoints. And I don't want us to feel agitated when somebody has a different viewpoint than us and think that, that they don't believe in the district mission statement. But again, this is one slide, and then the next slide is something completely different, but still falls under norms of collaborations. Heather?
I would just say I think we have an opportunity to model good communication and respect for one another. If you look at how our society is operating right now, I would hope that as a board that the professionalism and the respect for each other's ideas and actually disagreement is a positive part of any sort of board service or management of any type. But again, it's how we treat each other. It's the tone that we speak in, and it's coming to some level of compromise or agreement. And I think we've lost that in society. And so civil discourse with hard topics is a given, but how we all respect and treat each other and disagree is just as important to get to a good outcome for our community.
Thank you. Okay, can we move on to the next slide? Monica?
So are we talking about interpersonal communication norms, so as something that we're going to follow? Is this a guidelines, or we're going to, the purpose of this time right now is discuss what we think about this? Is that what we're doing?
We're just having conversations about it. My takeaway would be, take what you like from there. Learn from each other, me for myself. I don't think we're here to impose any of these on people. We're just having a conversation about it.
So we're having a conversation about simple norms like this. I do think that they should have a purpose. It's not a matter of imposing, but people should say if they agree or not about this and what their perspectives are, because otherwise, so what? So just put them in as a guideline so we can just go over it and not spend any time on it. So that's, like you were talking about arriving on time, or what it means. You just said that for you being 15 minutes early for anything is being on time. Those are not my norms of time, that's me, and that could be, that doesn't mean the same to me. Being on time, that doesn't mean for me to be 15 minutes before. So do we have a conversation about that? Do you want to know my perspective? Is any objective in exposing the perspective here or not? Or so I thought when I saw the slide, this is how we're going to conduct the meeting today, and I was, okay, good, cool. That seems to be a good thing, but it doesn't seem that that's what we're doing right now, and if it's going to be for norms for ourselves, I think that it merits some discussion about what this means, what this represents to us, and what it means for other meetings. So that's why I was confused about this, and I'm not sure what was going on.
Natalie?
So if we're going to talk about something like this, it seems like, since we're talking about something like this, let's say that, it seems like we should come to some sort of agreement together of norms. And here's what I mean by that. Like, that's what I would do in my classroom when I was a teacher, and that's what a lot of, especially with our restorative practices, that's what our teachers do as well, is they come together with their students and say, here's the norms of the classroom, and we all can agree on those. And then the part of that I think is really important is calling each other back to those norms. And, that's a lot of trust to put in people around the table if you're able to say, hey, I would appreciate if you would assume my positive intent in saying this, but so, I mean, I'm all up for that, but that really is a higher level of relationship that we could be in with each other, which would be great. But to really make sure that everybody is in agreement of the norms would be a good first step.
I didn't hear anybody object to these norms. Are you asking for an agreement? And I'm not sure, Natalie, I'm going to bounce to Monica. Are you asking for agreement for this meeting or for all meetings?
I was asking for
And I guess I have maybe if we went through all of these slides and didn't get stuck on this one, then maybe we could wrap around to the whole conversation. And is there something what is the takeaway from that? Would that be okay? Okay.
So the next slide is regarding definition of roles, regarding governance and operations for your discussion.
I think this is one thing that I heard prior to stepping on to the school board, is that we're a governing board, and yet, And in a world where we probably all came from, I don't know, I did as an operational person, you don't quite, I couldn't quite wrap my mind around what that feels like and how what that is exactly until you're in it and you're working through it. And so now I have a much better understanding in what a governing board is rather than an operational board and what my role is. But that was definitely a learning curve for me. Does anybody have any questions, want to comment about that for themselves or what that means to them? Scott?
I'm, I'm retired. I have more time to just sort of hang around. And I like to go to meetings and see what they're talking about. And one of the things I've been trying to do is check with Lori first to make sure I don't step on any toes. But I learn a lot when I just sort of drop in. And it makes me a better board member and that I can ask better questions when we have presentations. But yeah, I don't want to step on operations toes. But I sure have been learning a lot by just showing up.
There's a lot to learn. Al?
There is a lot to learn, and I don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing to show up to things. But I think it's really important that as a board member, you understand your role and just your presence can affect the dynamics in the room. You're given a significant amount of power. You're given no power whatsoever, but you're given a significant amount of power when you become a board member. You're 1/7 of the people who have complete authority over the superintendent. You are the superintendent's boss. And when you show up at something, if you show up at a school, there's a power dynamic in you showing up that's different than anyone else showing up. And you have to understand that power dynamic change because anyone that you talk to at that school is going to be aware that you're Lori's boss. And who do they respond to? Lori or you? Are they able to say something to you, or is that going to get them in trouble because they opened their mouth and now Lori's going to get upset because they said something to her boss? And I mean, it changes the dynamic in the room. And I think generally speaking, throughout corporate boards and other boards such as us, it's if you can understand that dynamic and just stay back from participating in stuff, if you want to sit back and watch, that's one thing, but if you're going to participate, you will change that dynamic, and that's not fair to the people who are trying to administer because it changes everything for them. And so it becomes really complicated. Usually the best is just kind of stay away or stay out of those types of things. You do go to make sure that you're not an active participant in the process or conversation.
You're exactly right. I'm a fly on the wall. I try never to say anything. I'm just there to learn.
I don't disagree with that. And as a parent in the district, that's not always possible. So, when you're asked your opinion or you are talking about your student or the school, like that's a really that's a tricky dynamic, to be both a parent and a board member, to be both a parent and a superintendent. So that's always a, where's the line? And sometimes if I've crossed it, it's not a pretty sight for a lot of people involved, so it's tough. What I love about this idea is one of the things that I was taught in one of my classes about effectively leading a board is that to use the words pull up. So if we like get in the weeds of governance or of operations, to pull up to governance, and just to remind each other to do that. But again, that's like a calling in. It would have to be a norm that we say, yes, we all agree that we can call each other into that. And it's really tough when you're really passionate about something, and that's like one of your hot button issues. I'm much more. It's much more easy for me to go into operations of a hot button issue that I love and care about than if it's something that I'm just like, yeah, that's great that we're doing that. But yeah, my board for Unite Cloud uses pull up, and it seems to work well.
As a parent, I would, if somebody didn't know me, maybe it was very simple to say, Hayden's mom. I'm Shannon, Hayden's mom. If somebody did know me, still use that statement. It was a little bit awkward, but I needed them to understand I'm talking to you as Hayden's mom, and to make sure that that's clear that I'm not wearing my board hat right now. Ready to move on to the next slide?
These are some norms of board governance for your consideration and discussion.
That awareness piece and transparency piece are sometimes in my mind as a board and not as a board member get confusing because just because I'm not aware of something doesn't mean that transparency doesn't exist. It just means that I'm not aware of that. Nobody's hiding it from me. There's a million things to know about the district, and just because nobody told me that or I didn't retain that information doesn't mean it lacked transparency.
I think one of the interesting things about all these words is none of those is a do word. They're all pointing, all those are arrows pointing at us. And which is the way that it should be. We're not the doers, we're the doees. And we are responsible for what happens in the district. I mean, the buck stops here. And if we don't like what's happening, then it's up to us to make those changes, and we do that through policy. And we are accountable for what happens. And we have to make sure that there's processes and things in place so that we can maintain that accountability. We have to be aware of what's going on. And I think through our board meetings and through the presentations that are given to us, we keep a fairly decent awareness. I think we're a heck of a lot better than a lot of boards from an awareness standpoint, I think, and a transparency standpoint. I really do. People mix transparency with, if I didn't know about it, you weren't transparent, and that's just not the case. Transparency is, it's there for you to look at if you make the effort to go look. And then impartiality is another one where we're because I'd have to know what that one is aiming at, the impartiality.
I'm kind of confused on that one.
But they are all of those are arrows pointing at us, and that's the way it's supposed to be. We are not supposed to be have the arrows pointing down. We are not the doers. We're not the people that do it. We are to give clear direction and stand back out of the way and let the administration administer it. And if we don't like the way the administration is administering it, when we have a conversation with the administration, policy, we make changes to administration, but we're not the doers. We're not the ones out there saying how, what, when, where, why. That's all administration. And we have to step back and allow that to happen.
Scott?
Our responsibility is kind of twofold. One is setting policy, which we do a lot of that. But the second is making sure the policy is followed. And
Accountability.
but we're basically dependent on the information that the administration provides for us. But every once in a while, some member of the public will come forward and say, hey, what about this? And then we got to look into it. We got to make sure that they're following the policy. That's part of our job. We seem to forget about that. It's too easy just to sit back and issue orders and find out if anyone's following or not.
I think when we have community input and I make a statement about a district employee, will be respond to that because they have a more thorough explanation of it. So just like a community member coming to you, but then also appreciate, could we also, that's a really good question and I want to know the answer to that too. And so we're included in what was that. Heather?
I'm just wondering, there's a word that I always associate with board governance as well that's not on there, which is advocacy. And it seems to me that we have an opportunity in our role to go two ways. Is one, certainly to be part of the accountability cycle of the district, but I think the other part, there is so much miscommunication and misunderstandings that happen externally. And I think in our roles, we also have the opportunity to be advocates, certainly for the community, but also for the district, and to help clarify and to help people understand. And I'll just use an example from last week. I thought Justin Scallerod's presentation was phenomenal. And my assumption is that most people in the district actually don't know all of the things that are happening at Apollo, because I certainly didn't. And so I think we also have a role in helping be the voice of the district with impartiality. I mean, we're not cheerleaders per se, but I do think that we're advocates for what we learn. And so that's an interesting part to it. The transparency piece, I'll be honest, when I went to the school board training with the financial one, the first phase 1 and phase 2, it is a different role for me in terms of all the open, obviously I was at a state institution and I get open records and all of that sort of thing. The open meetings are new to me. And so part of it as well in all of these things, there's also a responsibility on our part to learn and educate ourselves. And there is, with transparency, that became a little bit of a tension point, because I need to have conversations. The way I educate myself is to have conversations with people. I don't want people to assume that that's for some undermining sort of situation. It's simply that, I've now got a month's experience. How do I learn about things? I ask questions. And so I think that the understanding that some of those are private because I'm still learning, but that doesn't mean that it's transparent. So I think that those are important points to understand as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? Natalie?
So I think we're part of the district. Sometimes Lori was saying something about how people say the district, but we are the district. Well, the district is doing this. Well, who is doing that exactly? How is that actually being done? So I don't necessarily see this as much as a us and them sort of a thing. We are And that's a hard thing because we're over the district. We're supposed to be making sure that we're doing the right things, but we're all supposed to be making sure we're doing the right things. So I'm just always cognizant of making sure when talking to community members that if they're like, well, the district is, then I try to use like we, like what the work we're doing together, to make sure that just because you're working with someone doesn't mean you won't hold them accountable or they won't hold you accountable. But it shows that we're on the same team, that we have the same goals, and we're going on the same direction. Otherwise, I think folks in the community can try to pit us against each other if they're angry about one thing or another. And it's important for us to stay united, but also, we have our own ideas, but still united under the mission.
I like advocacy on there, by the way.
Would you like us to go back and add that?
Before we move on for that, the impartiality one, maybe someone can understand their vision of how that goes into board governance, but it's, like looking what impartial means, it's basically like, it says not supporting any sides involved in an argument. Well, you do support a side as you vote, right? And so is this meaning more like once the vote is done, then you're not impartial to what you thought, how you thought it should go if it doesn't go that way? I guess I don't know how that actually walks out in the life of a board member.
I interpret it as we're advocating for the entire school district rather than one particular group. But I don't know. One particular school, one particular, activity or group or organization.
I know when I go out to lunch with the guys, all of a sudden I'm Mr. School Board. And they're throwing all sorts of stuff at me, and I'm trying to figure out, well, how do I answer this kind of for the district? I'm all of a sudden representing the district on something I may not necessarily personally agree. For example, we just spent a lot of money for a turf over at the football field and at Apollo. Some people are for it, some people are against it, but we voted for it, and all of a sudden I'm trying out there justifying it.
I just smile and change the conversation then if I'm not the best person to give a very thorough explanation. But okay, go ahead.
So this next slide is regarding how we communicate as a board to internal staff. And so here is one model for you to consider. What it's showing is that the board communicates to me or cabinet members, and then cabinet members or I communicate to building administration.
So what this is saying is if we have a question about something happening at tech, we ask you. Is that just clarifying?
That's what that would describe, yes.
Or you're the cabinet.
So can you please provide a little bit more context about this and just talk a little bit about what cases are out there or things that had happened in the past, or what would you prefer in the communication when this may not apply? I mean, if I have an issue with somebody from the school and I'm talking to a person, I might just tell the person, just talk to the principal. Not really necessary to go to Lori for having something that is particular to a school. So I think that if we're doing this, maybe we should just give more context and not just go through it.
Absolutely. So I can, did you want me to?
Yeah,
wasn't
I'm
sure if that's-
thinking, are you asking from this direction, or I was interpreting this from this direction
Let's
rather than
just
this
talk
direction.
about this one and not that much of everything at the same time. Just this one. I'm just asking for this one at this point.
Yes. So this was my understanding. This is what Superintendent Jett taught us as cabinet members of the norms of communication between the board and internal staff. So the expectations that we learned and is that the board would communicate with questions or concerns. The board would communicate to me, to another cabinet member if it was in their department. And then if there, so say there was a question about something that happened at Lincoln, then and it came to, you heard it and you wondered, right? So instead of going to the principal, you would ask me, you would ask Mike Rivard, because Mike's over elementary, and then Mike would investigate it and respond to you. This is only referring to board and internal staff in terms of administration. So this doesn't reference teachers. Certainly we don't stand in the way of, we're not trying to, if this is the model you want, we are glad to change it. This is just our past practice that we understood. So we're not saying that teachers or staff or principals even can't reach out to you. If a community member comes, we would certainly not want, to that scenario you raised, we would certainly not want you to be referring them right to us. Community members should absolutely go to their principal, their teacher. This is only referencing board, cabinet, and building administration. Does that help?
So the way that I will say this, I mean, there is no black and white for anything. So the way that I will say this is like, okay, what I think that we don't want is to get into operations. We don't want to become operational. We don't want to have, anybody, any teacher, any principal, any person on the street can ask us anything. That's why we are here for. That's why we're representing them. We can be reached by anybody who can. So the first thing that I will say is that it is on us and not on them who they reach out. So if they reach out to me because they have a concern about a student in a school, well, I probably will tell them to go to that school, and I probably will communicate with that school. I do think that it's a good practice that if I am communicating to the principal of the school, I copy the superintendent or at least the assistant superintendent of that school. But I think that is a lot of how we kind of analyze the situation. If we have a concern about anything of any school, yes, it's not appropriate to go to those schools and tell the principal, hey, you know what, I don't think that you're doing your job the way that I would like you to do your job. And I'm pretty sure that nobody's going to say that in those words, but that's kind of what it comes down to, right? So that's what I'm saying. In that case, okay, we go to the superintendent and we talk about how is that I believe or not believe that other people are doing their jobs or not. How is that I understand those jobs and from the perspective that I am. So I think that it requires a little bit more context and requires a little bit more discussion if the purpose is to understand our role as board members, to go through this about what is it behind it, why we communicate the way that it is. I think there are things that are not practical. I'm pretty sure that if we have a question about finance, but I'm not going to go and ask Lori about it. Might copy her in the email, but I will be asking Amy about that. So those are the things that I have been asking. I don't know. I just saw her here. Tammy, for many things that had to do with communication, she may answer and she may decide that she will copy Lori on those conversations or no. We might just have a conversation about practical things. So that communication needs to be a little bit more understood than just normative and saying this is how we communicate with each other. And I don't have any concern about changing it, or I think that there is a reason why things were working certain way, and if things are not working, but then we might we might look into changing them. But I think that for now is that what I'm asking is clarification of. Again, I'm going back to purpose. So the purpose is that we kind of analyze this and look at what we're doing and what is our role. So then we can go back and have a little bit more robust discussion about these things.
I think this is pointing out not a change. This is just this is what we have been doing, and just an FYI. This is how we've been communicating, or should be communicating.
My point.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thank
But Lori said, if you don't like it, we can change it.
Oh.
That's why I'm saying that, specifically answering to that comment of Lori.
Okay, so your thumbs up, keep it the way it is. Zach, I know you had your hand up a couple times.
Context, so we're no, I mean, I'm assuming here, but this is in place because historically, school districts have had to deal with, quote unquote, rogue board members who would show up to a school and tell a principal how to do their job, who would start interfering with building administration, and that is beyond inappropriate, in my opinion. And I think sometimes the public assumes that maybe the board members should be doing that, but it's inappropriate. It might be different if this was a district with 2 elementaries, 1 junior high and 1 high school, right? That where things are a little more personal, but that I think that's, I'm assuming that's the context, and that's why that's there, and I like it.
Natalie?
Is another chance too for us to tell the public. So when someone comes to me and has a very operations question, and I haven't always done it correctly, like sometimes I will get too much in the weeds, and then I have learned a lot in 4 years, for sure, because I'm so used to being, the only employee of my organization and doing everything. But this is a very pull-up sort of a role. But to tell even students, so students were like, one student from tech said to me this summer, well, why did the board decide that we couldn't have, what did she say? Anything but a backpack day at tech, but Apollo got to have it. And I'm like, oh, that's not a board decision. And so then I laid this out, like the people the only person we're the boss of is Lori. And then it goes from here, and she was like, oh, I had no idea. And so sometimes even like our students can think, oh, the board, they get confused between board and administration. And I think the community can as well. And so just to remind folks, this is the flow chart. And to remind myself, this is the flow chart, and it's much better when we keep it in that realm. And when I have done it wrong in the past, it makes administrators, like principals, feel like, who's giving me the direction? Even though, and I may have an opinion, again, for a school that my child goes to, but again, it's that line of when do you, again, pull back, because that's not what I get to say as a board member. But and it's like, who's my boss here? It's not me. I'm not the boss of anybody but that woman right over there. And I'm only 1/7 of her boss.
There's a power dynamic that gets messed up there, yep.
Trying to be, do you have, go ahead.
So somebody was saying earlier that we take off the hat. Remember if it was Natalie or Shannon, but I don't think that that's possible. I don't think that you can take off your hat and say, I'm not the board member right now. I'm going to represent myself and I'm going to talk as a parent. You might want to do that. And I think that we need to be aware of that. We are all multiple people, and we all have multiple representations, and we come fully to every single meeting and every single instance where we are at, as much as we don't like it. So I think that we just need to maintain that awareness and realize that we're public figures, and that impacts our families, our children, and everybody around us.
Trying to be mindful of going through all these slides, so.
All right, this was an option that we were asked to provide. It's something that we are working on with our cabinet also. And this is an offering for the board to consider to help support ease and fluency of conversations, particularly around identity. So it is not in any way intended to be policing of language or to say only this is acceptable. Sometimes, as we've worked internally, the not knowing how to refer to a specific identity can cause some challenge. And so this is an offering to the board for your consideration. Again, not for an adoption, but just for some ease of conversation. So these were developed from our equity team in collaboration with MDE. And so you can just see here some of the descriptors of student groups. There's a couple of slides in conjunction, so I will let you take a look at this.
I know we see this in our policies, but I have a question about the rhyme or when we made sure we didn't have, I don't want to say disabled, but it was that and then the student. So now I see a mixture of it. Can you help me? Why is it student and then this is Latino students, or would it be students who are Latino? In our policies, we put it was students first, and then our students living in transitional housing, or maybe it's poverty students or students of poverty.
I think my initial thinking around that was that some of those are identities that people might consider inherent, or it would be very right. We can't change our race as it's defined right in this community, but we could change poverty, right? So I think some of those might be more temporary states. So that again, and it's not meant, to be policing. Yeah.
So I like to talk about this again with more context. When I see a list like this, and we just offer the list without saying anything about it, it honestly bothers me. And it bothers me because we get into the polite talk. And I have a lot of people that tells me, this is not PC, or this is not the way that you should refer, or without understanding why. So it's not that we should be talking like that because this is the way that we talk. It's not the difference between saying, okay, don't say darn in a meeting or say damn in a meeting. Or it's not that. We're not talking about that. It's not about an adequate way to talk. What we're talking about here is about people's identities. We're talking about how people see themselves and how our way of talking, our way of conversation may impact the way that people perceive how we're seeing them. So that's the thing about this. So, and there are contexts for everything. And there is also the conversation why Black student may refer to another student as you Black or something like that, and that might be appropriate, but it's not appropriate if another person talks in that way, right? Why do you call your mom and it's not appropriate is your cousin call her mom, or maybe it is in that family, right? So it's really about how we perceive people and how we respect the identities that people have. So in terms of so our Black students, there is also a contradiction here because in the next slide it says not Blacks or groups. You said in the first one, are Black students, and then refer groups as Black students, Black staff teachers, etc., not Blacks or groups. What?
I think we wouldn't say the Blacks, right? We would say Black students.
Got it. So yes. And that has this language has history, right? It's not that the language became harmful because you just use it like that, and then I don't know, it's a description or an adjective that we're using, and that's it. It's because of the way that historically has been used. So that's why we kind of change it, and that's why it's this dynamic, and that's why sometimes groups get empowered with certain way that they had been called before, and they just turn that word around and start using the word on themselves, and then start using that's the whole history of the word queer, for example, and it has become an empowering word, and it's no longer not used. So it really merits a conversation about what are we talking about. So if you put the other slide, we talk about BIPOC people, BIPOC community that's very new, has come up newly, because of respect of those identities and trying to find a short way to refer to those identities. And then what includes? Yes, that includes. Where did it come from? I'm not sure where it come from, the BIPOC, but I think that is government driven. I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. Our indigenous Native American students, we have had tons of years of talking to Native people about how they want us to refer to them. And that's the latest one that have come. There is First People, there is, the idea is to see them though. The idea is to recognize them and to see that Native Americans still are part of our community and not people or communities that were or existed before. Our students of color, Latino students, there is a lot of conversation about, and I ask constantly why they Latinos and not Hispanic. There is a whole history about that word coming from. Hispanic refers to language more than identity. They both, Latino and Hispanic, have historic meanings and historic definitions. And if you look and the census use Hispanic still yet, more than Latino. So might have to use both in different contexts. I prefer to be identified as Latina. I am a person from Latin America. I am an immigrant. There are people from Latino heritage that are from here that don't identify as well with the Latino term. So it's not black and white, as I say. Are African immigrants, refugee students? I have a lot of issues with refugee students. I do. I don't like to use refugee students because it's a category that is put in the government when you came here with certain immigration status. And then it's like you can never get rid of it. And what does it mean? So you were born here, but your parents came as refugees and you're still refugee? Same thing as an immigrant, but I have less issues with that. At the end, this is who here is not an immigrant in this room? So again, they just come to help us for certain conversations, but they're Asian immigrant students, Asian students. There are a lot of Asian people here that have been here for generations, and there are a lot of Latinos, and there might be other generations. Talking about Jewish people and ask them, when were you immigrants? And if they like to be called immigrants yet. So again, depends of when are we using the term, of what are we talking about. That's not that easily to get to it and to think about it, but they all have history. Students with disabilities, different that, there have been tons of changes of the term with disabilities before, and my family works in the field, and there is a lot of reasons why we said that, and not disabled students as not an identity, but something that is. I have conversations in my work with people that are from the autistic spectrum that work in our company, and then we have conversations about how do we identify them and why do we need to identify them. And that's kind of the one thing that they point out, like, why would you have to say, and that's the one thing to think, when do you need to identify a person by any of these categories? When are you going to talk about Monica, or Monica, the Latina immigrant woman that sits at the board? Like, what is the relevance of that? And how are you referring to me in that sense or not? The same thing with the students.
I think we're already doing a pretty good job of talking politically correct. I have a friend in Ireland, professor, who watches our board meetings. And she says, you folks are so careful in how you say what you say. She says, in Ireland, that drives me nuts. But we're not doing too bad. Thank you.
Yeah, gotta keep moving here, so.
Okay. Yeah, let's keep going so we can move back if we have extra time.
This one, I think Scott had already begun to touch on, so I'm not sure if you want to continue or you feel like you need to continue to have further conversations. But this is an opportunity to talk about kind of that where and when do you want to show up as board members, and then just listed some of the different kinds of events that come up, whether they're staff, parent, like public, open public, and celebratory events. And just to consider if do you need to talk about the potential of ever hitting a quorum at any of those events, and then how might that show up? And then part of this, as you guys have already discussed, is that dual relationship as both a private citizen and a board member, and it should be triple relationship because we also talked about familial relations and obligations as playing into that also.
Al?
That's one good thing about us all being very much different personalities is we don't have that quorum problem very often.
Although the retiree recognition and the ABE graduation, I think that's okay if we're all there.
Those are noticed.
Okay, those are noticed, because to me, like, that's really important for us to be there, that those are two biggies.
In any event, it's okay if we either notice it or in certain celebratory events, it's okay even if you don't notice it. That's an exception, as long as there's no board business talked about or done at the meeting. Like a graduation or something like that. It does not have to be noticed. Or like just a get together. I know Dennis Whipple used to have a little Christmas party for the board, and people would show up, and there was no board business done there. It was just
I think that we're missing that.
coffee and cookies. Huh?
I think that we're missing that. I think that we need more time
Oh.
to get to know each other and to talk about no business. I thought that part of the retreat was that goal, but it's very, very structured. I really think that we do need to know each other a little bit more, especially because we are not in the same circles, as you just mentioned, and having an opportunity to just, I don't know, play a game, see how we play a game together, and just laugh. I don't think that we laugh enough, and we certainly don't laugh with each other. We laugh with the district and with the things that they bring, but I honestly think that we need to laugh with each other.
I used to do stand-up. I grew up 2 doors down from a comedian. And, yeah.
Is this recorded somewhere?
On video.
YouTube.
Oh.
VHS somewhere. Yeah. No, this is when I've always have trouble balancing because, it's, okay, paranoia of having a quorum at something, right? And I mean, even I'm like, okay, if I go to the football game, how many board members might be there? I mean, that is, so I'm assuming, especially if it's a big game, we can all be there, right? Or are we not supposed to? I mean, that,
We're not supposed to sit together.
okay.
Hey, you can't sit together.
Football game, everybody can be there, just don't start mingling all in a corner.
Right. I mean, that's kind of what I assumed. And then, same with celebratory events. I mean, obviously the retire recognition, same deal. And then just the role of board in our school communities. I have a lot of friends, they're teachers, and when I was running, and there's this weird balance of appreciating when a board member is there and feeling intimidated when a board member is there. And sometimes I think maybe in the past it was maybe a specific board member who had a different energy that may have been intimidating and one that's more welcoming. So that's kind of what goes through my head every time I'm in a space that's related to school district stuff. Are they going to feel intimidated, or are they going to feel kind of glad that I showed up? So that's always running through my head, and I tend to be practice the cautious side, because I don't ever want to ever feel intimidated by the presence of a board member. I'm also a little passive that way too. So I just thought I'd throw that out there because that's always running through my head.
Heather, did you want to jump in there? And then Scott.
I'm a common sense person, and sometimes I think that's the filter by which we need to address some of these things. So you can become overly concerned about quorum, but at a football game, if you're going, I think that it supersedes the support level. And again, I don't think we're going to a football game or some of these events to stand in a group together and talk. I mean, you always have to be aware of perception. But in a lot of ways in our district, we're much better off than districts that are, 1,000 people and their board members, that's their life, that's their town, community life. They're probably in tight quarters much more often than we are. And I think that, I go back to the first slide that said assume positive intent. There's some benefit of doing that and being able to, if people question, being able to justify or support, why we were there or what may have looked like something. But I don't think you stop doing what is right simply because it could be an ill-perceived thing. We have to be able to have confidence in how we support what we do.
I can identify with what Zach was saying. If I show up at a meeting, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? Do they feel intimidated, or do they feel, hey, what I'm doing is worth having a board member show up? Appreciative or intimidated? It's really hard to know. So I just sort of sit in the back and be quiet.
I was just going to respond to that. I think, though, that you also need to, we need to continue to think bigger than that, because it's not just about is it intimidating to the staff member? There is benefit in students seeing that support. And so students aren't necessarily seeing you as a board member, but if they know that exists, it's still support. So it's not just about the individual single person, it's about the community as a whole.
Natalie?
I'm cognizant of the fact that we have 5 minutes left on this norms of collaboration, and I'm wanting to understand where we go from here. One of the things that I think would be great and is good practice for boards in general is to have like norms of the board, and have someone who comes onto the board be able to see this sort of a slide, like this is what we've agreed to together in the current board members, and is there anything you have questions here, or do you disagree with any of this, and let's talk through it. I'm wondering if we could do something more like we set these and then every 2 years we revisit them in order to have everybody on the same page as a board. That drinking from the fire hose in the first year of the board, I think it would have been nice to be like, okay, these are some things the other board members already have agreed on. And let me, get into that and live in the norms as I learn what's happening. So that would take more than 5 minutes. So we would need to decide how we would do that. But I would feel really great about us coming together and doing that and having, getting on the same page about that. And also what I want to say is I'm really appreciative of y'all understanding your power. I've heard everybody say something like, I understand that when I step into a room that I basically bring the whole district with me. Whether I try to take off that hat or not, I agree it's not ever going to come off. So there are folks in these sort of power positions who don't get that. And so that's one thing I'm really appreciative about all y'all.
Is this the last slide? Okay. I think whether we formally adopt them or not, what was presented here for me was something that I see in any time me as an individual steps into a group environment is sort of the standard expectation as we interact with each other. But I'm open if you guys want to formally adopt a set of norms. And I'm open to that. I would suggest that it maybe goes to board development. I'm fine with just leaving it as is, you know. We need to be respectful and polite to each other and productive.
I'm fine with leaving it as is. We should do this every once in a while. So we all get on the same page, at least know where we're coming from. But I don't think we need anything formal.
More regular and more that it's something that it's almost like onboarding for these folks to be like, these are the types of things that we do.
I guess my counter would simply be, so I like the idea in some ways of having something more established because as the new board member, I do think it brings you into something else. But I think it's also a model. We just heard about restorative practices and all of our classrooms are doing this. So does it not make sense that we, as the board who oversees, would be, is it not a message? Does it not send and support what our classrooms are doing when there are expectations of how we operate?
Natalie?
So, and Heather and Zach and I got to hear about restorative practice already, but I mean, that's what you'll hear in this next board meeting is like, there's the norms, and then when someone breaks the norms, then you're able to go to that person one-on-one and say, hey, I'm calling you back into this, and then there's that repair done. And it's not going to happen very often, but there are times in our board meetings where we are on the way different sides of the fence, and that's part of the beauty of a school board. But sometimes we have to get back into relationship with each other, and if we have a way to do that through our norms, that would be great. I am all for, if we are expecting things of the district, we are the district, so we should also expect them of ourselves.
Anybody else?
I was just going to say that there is something in our policies also, isn't there? I was just trying to look, but I'm not quick enough on my phone. Isn't there some norms in our policies?
In the 200s? Nothing is ringing a bell to me.
Well, operation of school board governing rules and maybe it was in it used to be in the
Governance?
governance policy. There was, yeah, and there's a code of ethics in there, but the governance, I think it was in the governance more, but there was like a kind of a very similar thing in there also.
One of the things that we have been missing has been a candidate orientation. Before COVID, Shannon and Al would give presentations to candidates, sort of letting them know what they're getting involved in and that there's a difference between governance and operations. And it was a good thing, and would I'd like to see it reestablished now that the COVID is at least done for now.
Be reestablished, don't throw it all on Shannon and Al, though.
I,
That was Jerry Von Korf started that, and Dennis continued it, and then Cindy continued it, and then I continued it, and so it was.
it was
something
good,
that
I
went- Yeah,
thought.
it was just kind of an orientation of what it means to be a board member.
It was before filing,
Yes,
yes.
it was excellent.
So let's remember that before, so it wouldn't be this spring, it would be next spring
Yeah.
and make sure that that's well announced.
I've sat through it 3 times.
It was good.
It was good. It was really good.
Natalie?
I heard Mike say code of ethics, and I think that would be the place that I see, Board Policy 209, where we talk about some of these things,
Okay.
like come to the meetings prepared and attend meetings.
Yeah,
you know.
There's some stuff in there.
Listen to the opinions of others, so we maybe could look at that and
Sure.
see if any needs to be
Like it.
added. Yeah.
So we can end that. Only a couple minutes
And I don't
over.
know, code of ethics is really the place to put that stuff, but it seems to me that there is some of this in there.
Monica, I want to wrap up, but go right ahead. You can conclude us. Are we okay to move on then? We're 9:55-ish. Let's move on then to school liaison role.
Sat on my glasses last night, and broke them, my old, these are newer. And I can actually see better out of them, so maybe I should wear these. Yeah. It is.
Did you know you can get Skittles in a can with
Hate-
0 calories?
Do you have bifocals?
You can get what?
Is that something you've desired in your life, and now you're finally living your dream?
Yes.
What did you say that
Do you have
wanted-
bifocal glasses or?
The C4s, like
I just hate them. I hate them.
like Skittles.
Oh,
And I've been wearing them for years and I just hate them. I
They got
I can't
Starburst.
walk in them. I can't see.
The other brand has Sour Patch Kid flavor.
Well, I can't figure out where my feet are going because you're looking through this part, down there is, you look off to the side a little bit and it's different. The ground looks like this,
That was so real? Hot Cheeto mac and cheese, we bought it, just one to see what it was like. It was so close, like,
I had it so good for a while. I had LASIK and I could see.
I don't even know how to describe it. It
If you
smells
guys-
so bad.
I can see that though.
I don't see you anymore.
So good.
Brings hot sauce and mac and cheese.
It's not your, that's sriracha and everything.
Of course it's different. You don't have a good person then.
I did that. I use F Frank's because I just like has more flavor. I did that for my fish.
Who's in the committee now?
Kids like fish, they're not a fan.
Second who? Al? Sorry.
Bacon's 55%. Oh yeah. Walleye fingers. It's a retreat, not a meeting. You can relax. I'm gonna keep reiterating that.
Can we,
I do not have it in me to be too formal.
it is too formal. Can we just not do the norms?
You wanted to instead.
Oh, it's
Like a talk freely, like we're doing right now. Instead of telling Shannon, hey, me, please, can I talk?
That stops people from laughing at each other and gives everybody an opportunity. And makes it be uninterrupted.
That happens, yes, in a meeting, but when we're talking freely, we need to interrupt each other because that expresses our communication style. No, we don't talk on top of each other. We express the way that we communicate each other.
you need to change the word retreat, because that implies we're doing something. Heading over to the spa.
Well, it should be on, well,
What?
retreats are usually on campus. That's the big thing, you get away from the normal setting.
Okay, well, let's be mindful of time, and we have about less than 25 minutes here for the school liaison role discussion, board policy 213.2.
Good morning, Chair Hawes. I'm going to be formal. Good morning, Chair Hawes, Superintendent Putnam, and members of the board. This morning, Kay and I wanted to come forward and talk to you. Oh, yes, sir.
I would like to begin with a question. Is 213.2 an MSBA policy?
It is not.
Okay, thank you.
Assistant Superintendent Nelson and I would like to just bring this policy forward for discussion here during the board retreat. As part of our policy review during board development, this policy was under regular review back in November. There were some wonderings that came out of our initial discussion at that committee, and we thought we would bring this forward here to the board retreat.
So first, we were asked by the Board Development Committee to find out from the principals as to their wants that fall under the functions section, which is section 2 of the policy. So Mike and I brought the policy to our principals and asked them to review that section outlining those functions. The principals reported they really liked what the stated functions were, but they did have some confusion as to what the process was for connecting with their assigned board member and knowing who their assigned board member was. So we thought as part of this discussion today, maybe we could just iron that out a little bit.
Our second wondering was, when we look at the policy, and I'll bring it up here in a moment, we note that the title is that of a procedure and not of a policy. And there's no purpose stated as we look through it. Wondering we also have, does this belong in a board policy, or does it belong as an administrative procedure? So we're wondering if you'd like to take some time to review and discuss what you believe is the purpose of this policy, your experiences when carrying out this policy and working with building leaders in policy or in procedure. I'm going to hopefully bring it up right. Oh, yes, ma'am.
So, where do procedures for the board live?
There's an administrative handbook that's upstairs that brings information forward about how administration makes decisions and whatnot. But the policies, the procedures that were living in the policies before were pulled out upwards of 3 or 4 years ago now.
For administration?
Correct.
Yeah, so I'm clear about that. My question is that where do procedures of, because there is not really procedures for the board, if I'm not wrong. Like there is guideline, might be guidelines, and we may decide where to put that. But I don't think that either is appropriate to put it in the procedures with the district, or that we really have I think that we merit discussion about where do we put procedures, and there is not really procedures for the board that I know of.
I see policy and procedure, and the procedure can be within the policy. Sometimes the procedure almost reiterates exactly what the policy is. So this is, I'm glad you brought this up, the why, because I'm kind of confused. And I like it, the fact we have a liaison, but, the purpose kind of missing. And, I've had, reaching out, just send emails, hey, I've been assigned to this school, I'd love to chat, open door, here's my cell phone, call anytime, happy to help. That's about all it goes. So yeah, definitely having a purpose in here, just, and it could be very simple, just to have a connection to the board, right? Or a direct connection, easy connection to the board. So I'm glad that was.
The whole thing seems to be entirely principle oriented. The only thing that they have to do is give us a tour. After that, if they want us there, we can come. If they don't want us there, they don't have to invite us. It's all principle oriented.
Do you know the history behind this? So this was created, correct? Am I reading that correct? This was created or adopted this in 2000. Okay, so it's,
Goes back.
okay.
So I can say that.
Yes, please, Monica.
So I can say that I have done these things and I don't find them particularly useful. I also, sometimes I actually find in the way of regular business trying to organize this. I had been struggled with organized meetings with principals at some points. They're busy, and I understand that they had been busy, and when they're not busy, I'm busy. So I wanted to talk more about. I wanted to ask Al particularly what he has done since you had been longer in the board, and in general everybody. What do you do as a liaison? Because for one, the one thing that I have struggled the most is that you're not supposed to advocate for your school. And I go, so what? So why am I gonna be the liaison of this school, learning about everything that this school has in particular to this school, and I'm not going to kind of leverage anything for this school.
So let's go Al, then Heather. Right? Oh, no, I thought you were organizing your. I have a comment, but Al, go ahead.
Yeah, well, first of all, what have I done with this one? Less and less every year. When I've had Kennedy and early childhood for quite a while. I used to go to the early childhood meetings. I don't even know if they still have them anymore. When Lori was principal at Kennedy, she was really, really good about calling me and saying, hey, there's a PTA meeting this Wednesday night. Are you going to be there? And I'd say, yeah, I can make it. And I'd go to the PTA meeting. But it was always on an invite. I mean, I never went. And it was really just the PTA meetings, which were monthly or bi-monthly, I believe. And then graduation. I went to the graduations at Kennedy. But my feeling on this policy, I have a feeling that this came back, if you look, it seems like a Bruce Mose things to me. It has that feeling. But what I was going to say is if I just could do anything with this thing, I would just repeal it. I personally feel like it almost serves to create that role of confusion that we're trying to avoid. That it puts us in, according to the policy, we aren't supposed to do anything. Seriously, we are not supposed to do anything. On request of the principal, we can do this. We can represent where the principal determines that a board member would be helpful. Arrange with the principal to visit the site. But it's all through the principal. The principal is the deciding factor here. And other than that, we're not to advocate for more resources for a school. We're not to serve as a communicator. We're not to problem solve operational issues, and we're not to otherwise perform any other operational function. And so it's kind of saying, you're the liaison to this school, but you're only supposed to go if the principal invites you, and don't try to do anything else because you're out of bounds. And so to me, I would say we should all be the liaison to every school, and the principal should have the freedom to go to the board member that they feel that would represent them best, or would be, that they have a relationship with. And I don't think anything would be lost.
Well, I do and I don't. I think that having everybody be in the room.
Will you make sure you're talking to your microphone? Thanks.
Sorry. I want to talk about two things. I wanted to advocate for more resources for a particular school. I want to take this and do not do that, and I want to start maybe thinking about how can we do that. And I like the idea that if we all have schools, different schools to look at, so we have the possibility to understand that school more intimate, and then bringing it to us, a board, as we advocate for that school as a particular case. So it just gives a different level of attention than just, or taking it all together. But I do think that we should be able to realize the specific needs for the schools and discuss it with our fellow board peers and see what the other needs that they need. Maybe we have a different perspective than the administration. We don't really get to do that. And I don't know what would be wrong with that.
Natalie?
So this is it, right? Are we supposed to do this, which is basically nothing? Or if, and this, I think, I've been talking about this role since I got on, but what am I supposed to do? But I don't want to leave North and Apollo hanging for something that I'm supposed to do. But it doesn't seem like I'm supposed to do anything. And so then it's this circular sort of thing, like, I feel like I want to help North and Apollo. Well, my kids go there, so it's easy for me to have those schools. But like, if I can't advocate for the schools, why am I the liaison? And so what I would like to have decided here is the black and white part of it. Can we actually advocate? Then let's figure out how to do that. If that's not our role, let's repeal this, because coming in as a board member, I want to do the best I can, right? I don't want to mess up my job that the community put me in this position, and then I meet with the principal once a year and that's all I do, and then I feel like, am I missing something? But so it feels a little bit good to be like, nobody's really doing anything, but then that looks bad on us. Like, who cares if we're the liaison if we're not doing anything? So not that we're not doing anything, we're here at the board meetings, we're doing things, but why do we have the role if we can't advocate?
Okay, Scott L. Zach.
Okay, I like the idea of being able to do some advocate. The first time I was down to Lincoln, they had a whole list of stuff that they wanted done. And I came back for a one-on-one with Willie and said, hey, they got a whole list of stuff. And he says, you're not supposed to be involved in that. I'll show you what we've been doing. And he proceeded to show me what they had done. But he says, it's not your job to advocate. I mean, he pretty thoroughly undercut what I thought I would like to do. I guess he's following the policy. The next thing is a smart principal will get us involved. Lori, she got Al involved in PTA, she got me involved in PTA, and now she's superintendent. We got to know her. A lot of the principals just aren't smart in that area. Okay.
As far as advocating for school, that isn't our role. That's Lori's role. And the principal's role is to advocate for their school, but it's not our role to advocate for a particular school. And to say that because I'm a liaison to Lincoln, and the Lincoln principal came to me and gave me a whole list of stuff, well, if I'm the liaison at Madison, the Madison principal might give me a list of things, and the Tech principal might give me a list of things. The principal is going to give me a list of things, and which advocate becomes the more important advocate? It just serves to put us into an operational role, and that's not our role. We just talked about our role as a board is not to be operational. Our role is to set policy, and our role is to hand it off to the administration and let them administrate. And I think when Willie went to you and said, let me tell you what we have done, that's through him administering. They've done a number of things at Lincoln. We've done a number of things at Lincoln. It hasn't been completely forgotten. But the school does have things that needs to be done. I know that. But it's all of our job to advocate for Lincoln. I mean, I've advocated for Lincoln on many occasions because I feel like we have in a sense, we have the school sitting over there that's landlocked. It's railroad track locked. And And there's nowhere to go, and it's really too small, and then there's unused space within the school that we can't use because it's too expensive to remodel. And, I mean, it's like, we've got all these issues, and in the end, what would be best? Probably a new elementary school someplace over on the east side of St. Cloud that would handle growth. Should a bridge be built across the Mississippi River, that area would explode. And that, I mean, that would be the best thing that could happen over there, but I just don't see it the role of one board member to advocate for one school or two schools or whatever. It's a non-policy policy.
Zach, Natalie, and then Monica.
I was chuckling at the historical context of the east side being the stepchild of St. Cloud and 100-year history of trying to develop it, and then it just didn't happen. But things can change and will change. So I just so and the same deal. I go to Bruce Mose, right? He lived this. Still kind of does, right? Now, what he was doing though, and what I think it could be a role that I see a PTA, right? So connecting with the parents and other people from the community of that school so that the citizens, the constituents are represented here, not the principal and that, but so that the parents, I mean, that's relevant, I think, to me, right? Because that's what we do. We hear from parents and other community members. And also just the formality, I think of like if something catastrophic were to happen or the district was, it needed, everybody's kind of come together for whatever reason, then we got a quick, efficient, hey, this person signed this school and this school, right? Is your streamlined connection to the board. That's just, I don't ever imagine that happening, but that's why I would support still having this as a policy. It just needs to have a little more purpose.
And I just said when I went to Kennedy to the meetings when Laurie was there, she always had me give a school board report. Just what's the board doing? What are the priorities of the board? And that was really about it. The school board report and an opportunity for any of the PTA members to ask questions. However, Kennedy has a very strong PTA. Yeah. And they have about 12 to 15 people show up to every PTA meeting. And that's not the case in most schools. Most elementary schools don't have that type of PTA going. So it's a little different there too.
I try to put myself in the position of the principal, and that I think is the main reason why I would want to see this done away with, because like, imagine being the principal at Lincoln and saying, here's the things we need, because they're not doing it to undermine their relationship with the assistant superintendent or the superintendent, but then eventually the people who are their boss knows, and it's like, wait, we've been talking about that. And so it's almost like what should be a bridge is now actually something that could get in the way of operations. And so I like the idea of someone going to the PTA and giving the board report, but I don't think that's the type of school district we are. Because I do go to North and Apollo board meetings or PTA meetings, and there's a handful of people, and it's usually they're there to talk about one issue with their student, which is totally fine. And I'm a parent, right? But for me, I'll just say I'd like to, I didn't think I would to see it done and repealed and not have us have a title that doesn't mean anything and actually could hurt more than it could help.
I wanted to explain myself when I said that we should be able to advocate for a school. without getting in operations. So, and I think that we can do that, and that's why I wanted to discuss it as a board members, because there is an appropriate way that we can advocate for schools, and there is a way that is not appropriate. And forgive me, Scott, but going to the superintendent and tell them this is all what you need to change about this school might not be the way that is appropriate. And I can understand the superintendent telling you this is all what we have been doing and this is not your role. Because the superintendent has to do that and has been looking at that and probably understand the school better. But the superintendent has a different perspective than one we have. And we do approve the budget. And we have done moves in the budget that are unconventional in the past. And we can be looking at those kind of things in that way. I mean, we should not be discussing about what resources a particular teacher for this school gets. That's a different part of the budget. In the case of Lincoln, we all, I mean, as Al has said it, we have, that school has huge needs, and our needs that are not going to be solved with us or us in the board meeting, but are things that are useful to have in mind and to understand and to be, and they're not gonna come to every meeting. If we don't go and visit Lincoln and see what's happening there, we probably won't really understand the issues that school has. And part of it is what Al just said, is locked there. It's all. It doesn't have more room to expand. It has places that it has classrooms that should not be classrooms. So that's something that we as a board members should be having more conscious of it. And that's saying this in a board, I mean, to you as a board member, for me, this is advocating in an appropriate way for that school. So that's what I mean about how we do this. How do we start having it more in mind? There are different ways to do things. I mean, if you don't want to see it and want this repeal, it's okay. But I think that the conversation is merit, and it's merit to see how we can be advocates for particular schools or not, and how do we have certain balance about what we do with every school.
So one of the things that I love that we do is school reports when Apollo came. And really it seems like that's the principal telling us what's going on, and mostly it's the great things that are going on, and I understand that. Is there a place, I don't know the answer to this, if this is even right or not, but is there a place in there for them to advocate? Because we ask them sometimes, we're like to Justin, it was like, what do you need? And he's like, so that Apollo doesn't feel like, less than for tech. And then he's like, we need this turf and we're doing this. And so is there a spot in those reports where they can actually talk about their building? I guess that's one of the question I have, because we're talking about students, we're talking about programs, we're talking about, what are we doing, but what about also the other, I don't know, I don't even know if that's appropriate, but just that's the sort of advocacy I see, that maybe I don't understand what even is needed at Lincoln. I don't. Is that important for me to understand? And if it is important for me to understand, how can I understand it?
Al?
A couple of different things. Number one, I think we have to trust that those conversations are happening between principals and superintendent. I know they are. And we have to trust that those are happening. So the superintendent's role then is to allocate resources in the best way possible, trying to accomplish as many of those as they can. And so we're this would, to become advocates as a board, would be undermining the role of the superintendent. And number two, to keep this policy so that we can advocate it, the policy says that we are not to have the following functions: advocate resources for more resources for a particular school. So it's that doing so is exactly what this says we cannot do.
So I want to be mindful of time, but to jump in there, Natalie, when you're, I would like to know that information too, but not as a standalone here we hear about Apollo, because our job is to big picture. So when we look at our next agenda item, is facility concerns. So those are things that, as a board member, I would like to know in all of our schools, one, and then we react and say that one, because we heard that one first, and now we're out of money. And, unfortunately, this school wasn't presenting till June, and, well, now we don't have anything left to do. So they're tough decisions. But yeah, to hear it all at once. Natalie and then Monica.
Yeah, I think that like sometimes what I get concerned about, and I agree, like this is a much better way to do it because there's actually someone who's over facilities and we should be leaning on that person. I don't think, and by saying like this is what we could do, it's not because I don't trust that those things are happening, but it's interesting because like sometimes I'll bring up with a policy, like why do we even have this policy? And then it's like, well, because if things go off the rails, then we need this policy. Well, so either we trust people or we don't with our policies, and I don't want to have like a oh crap policy out there, but that's just like, I think as a policy governing board, we should be looking at that as, do we have policies that are oh crap policies? And I will call those out, as you have seen in the past, because like we don't need policies in case everything hits the fan, because that's not who we are, so the other thing I want to say is when there's those school reports, sometimes I feel like if we're not honest in our board meetings about the struggles we have at Lincoln with the, what's going on, and what the needs are there. When it comes time to say we need a new school on the east side, will the community say, I had no idea? Like, this is happening, what? So it's almost like being transparent about there's some things that we need from the community, like the Apollo referendum, and how do we make sure that we're sharing the joys, but then also saying, here's some ways that we need to move into even better facilities, even better programming for our students.
Monica?
I know it's a fine line.
I really think that it's useful to talk about this. So we're talking here about process, which is important. But I think that we maybe sometimes get stuck talking about process, and then we don't get to talk about the matter. In the case of Lincoln, I think that we need to talk about the matter. And we need, and in terms of process, what we need to know is how to bring those agenda items in a better way. I mean, I have been an advocate for Lincoln as also, and I have been also a liaison for Lincoln. And the place where those conversations, where the place where my advocacy has worked and Al has been present is in the Finance Committee. We have been calling the administration to do a report in the schools and in the needs of schools. And then voila, it's not only Lincoln that comes up in that list, right? So there are more needs that we have, and in terms of facility, we have been talking about that and discussing that within Finance Committee. I'm not sure if the way that the conversation goes in, that the way that is reflected in the report, let me rephrase that. The way that you see that in the report is not, it does not really reflect with justice the conversations that we had at the meeting, which is where we had been calling for this, and when we had been talking about this, and when we had been also recommending as a Finance Committee to really put more emphasis in Apollo. At this point, Apollo has from us, and I'm talking for myself, but my goal is in Apollo. We do need that referendum for Apollo. We need money for Apollo, and if we have to compete between monies for Apollo, we still have been talking about how we get money for Lincoln in other ways and what things need to happen. But Lincoln is probably the next in the list. Do we want to bring it to the board meeting and say that, and I don't know, confuse everybody about what are we doing, or what the district is doing? I think that that's another issue about that, and talking about that. But I think that that's what I'm saying. Okay, this conversation is important, but how can we have either more of these conversations or have them, or have everybody being participant of them?
Okay, so mindful of time, we got Apollo, we got Lincoln, we got how do we hear about these things? Can I just push that back and we can resurface those in actually later today? And can we make a decision on the school liaison role, how we would like to move forward with that policy? But ultimately, it's going to, it would go to board development if we want to change it or throw it in the garbage. It has to go to board development, and then it has to come to us for 3 readings. But could we give board development an indication of what we think? And I will jump in there and say, I'm for getting rid of it. We represent all schools equally. That word impartial stands to me and says, I want to do what's best for the district and not try to be the loudest voice for my 2 schools.
My 2 cents is I would ask to repeal it.
We can have a motion to repeal it. I don't think that it needs to go to board development. If we're not making motions today, we can just bring it to the agenda next meeting. But even today, we could just have a motion, I guess.
Well, we are 10 minutes over, and this is a retreat. And I think I'd like to give people time to settle in this and make it something to think about, but can we get an understanding of where we're all at? And then we'll put it on the agenda item for next week. Because I don't want to make a rash decision right now because we're over on time.
So you just want our opinion of?
Yeah.
I would say bringing it to the next board meeting for repeal.
Okay. Okay, so that's the safest to say, can we put it, is that what you're saying? Put it on the agenda item as,
Back to board development.
are you saying board development or board meeting? But does the board development have a clear understanding? Because I don't want them 3 people to say this is
I think
what
she
we're.
was going around just saying, are you leaning towards repeal or fix? Or keep?
Or keep.
Board development brought it here because we needed to discuss it all together.
So this is not an action item, I'm saying repeal, we're not voting, I'm saying this is where I'm at, repeal.
Repeal.
Yeah, I would say repeal.
Monica? And you can, yeah, you can say, I don't know,
No, I said repeal.
Repeal.
Sensible.
I'd like more information.
okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so are we okay to err on the side of caution? Put it back to board development
Yes.
and have a committee discussion about it, but we're bringing it forward for an official discussion that may or not, yep.
Can I ask a question about how we get more information? I'd like to hear from the assistant superintendents and the superintendents and the principals about what they think, I mean, we've all talked about what we perceive. I would like to hear from them where they think it could be beneficial or not. And if they don't see it as an opportunity to correct, then fine, let's repeal it. But I don't think we've heard from that voice today, and I'd really like to understand what they think could be helpful.
And certainly, we could briefly just say we did visit with our principals. Our principals are comfortable with how the policy or procedure is written, but we can certainly spend more time on that.
It puts me as a board member in an uncomfortable position.
So just point of clarification, Chair. I was the chair of the board governance committee when we were talking about this. It came already to the board governance committee. And if I'm recalling correctly, that's what we ask you. We ask you to go to the principals and ask them what would they like to see, how would like to see the liaison, give us a recommendation. And then from board governance came to say this merits a conversation more informal with the board, bring it to the retreat. That's why we have this in the agenda today. So because of that, I mean, I'm not opposing that we do all over again, but that's why I was like, why are we doing all over again? It seems, for what Heather was saying just now, that it's not being clear and it's not being clear and enunciated. So just wanted to point that out, so we don't keep going in circles.
Typically, Board Development Committee brings a recommendation that lands on the board meeting. And so I'm not quite sure, are we saying, do we want to go back to Board Development and then come forth as a recommendation? Are we here okay with moving it? It's already been to Board Development? Natalie?
I think if it's back to board development, they can make a decision based on everything they heard here, and that y'all are on board development, and you can be that principal voice on it, and then bring a recommendation. I mean, that's how our committees are supposed to work, right? So we don't have to have this discussion again and have circular reasoning about it. So then the next step would be for, once they talk about it, to say, the 3 board members on that committee are suggesting this, and then we say yes or no.
Al?
Can I suggest, though, that the two of you go back to the principals and make sure that they understand that one of the options would be to repeal the policy? Not just, can you work within this policy, does something they need to change, but, okay, well, what would change? Would that, I think that's important, too.
Okay, and then would you be bringing that forward then to board development? Okay, oh, yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. Okay, okay, and then you'll come forth with a recommendation and bring it to the then corresponding next board meeting. Does a repeal need 3 readings? We'll find that out.
Find that out.
But it'll be open up for discussion and a formal vote. Okay, thank you very much. Can we take a 5-minute break instead of a 10-minute break? Okay, can we jump back in here?
Yeah, just had something on LinkedIn this morning too. Here we go, this is gonna be about colleges.
This good ones, yeah.
How minuscule they are.
Okay, we're going to move on to our third topic for today, facility concerns, present and future. Looking forward to this. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Segueing from your last conversation into more facility discussion. Let's go to the next slide. This morning, what we plan to do is talk to you about facilities from the lens of our space needs. And so we're going to give you a snapshot of our facilities and give you some information. We gave you some information or provide you some information in your packets. We'll give you just a little bit more and then allow some time for some discussion. So what we plan on doing is Dr. Rivard will begin with providing some information about our preschool and elementary school programming. Assistant Superintendent Nelson will be providing information around the middle school programming and space needs. I will go over some trend information we're seeing in residential development. I promise I won't go through those dozen maps I sent you. It will be a summary. And then Dr. Putnam will provide some information about next steps as we plan for our space needs.
As we consider our facilities, District 742 has an incredibly strong early childhood and preschool program. So I'm going to briefly review how that kind of works itself around our community of our schools. So our 3-year-old preschool program is a 2-day or 3-day program for 3-year-olds. They are morning and afternoon sessions that are available. We serve approximately 250 students as 3-year-olds, which is remarkable. Half of those students have special education needs. The other half of those students don't. So it creates a very heterogeneous classroom for our students, for our very little ones. This is mainly happening at Quarry View's first floor. And that first floor is designed to serve the needs and size of our littlest learners. The majority of our 3-year-olds do go to Quarry View. There is a small number that go to Kennedy and Clearview. They go to Kennedy and Clearview because they're on the outliers of our school district, and we do have the space within those preschool classrooms to serve that small number of 3-year-olds at Kennedy and at Clearview. Our current wait list for 3-year-olds is approximately 115 students. Our 4-year-old program is incredibly strong with 445 students, primarily receiving their program at our neighborhood schools. Our goal has always been to have preschool classrooms at all 7 of our elementary schools that have kindergarten. So speaking to Lincoln right now, Lincoln doesn't have kindergarten, so we have not had preschool there. However, due to space concerns at Oak Hill, we did move their preschool students, materials and teachers to Quarry View and Discovery this past year. 2 of those classrooms went to Quarry View, 1 classroom went to Discovery. Our wait list for 4-year-olds is approximately 175 students. In total, we serve 735 preschool students aged 3 and 4. That doesn't include our birth to 3 students and our ECFE program. So we do have a very strong early childhood and preschool program.
Is that tuition-based?
It's a combination of it. There are VPK slots, voluntary pre-kindergarten slots. There are scholarships for early readiness, and there are families who are paying tuition also.
Do you know what percentage of families are paying
I don't
tuition?
have that handy with me. I could tell you that there are certain schools, due to the number of VPK slots that we have, that all of the students from particular schools are all receiving scholarship or VPK options. We also have our St. Cloud Rotary, who's providing scholarships for 2 classrooms at this point, and for a number of 3-year-old students also. Of our 735 students, I would have to find a better breakdown about how many of those families are paying and how many are not.
So the 290 waiting list students, would that be a majority tuition-based, or is it a mix? No,
I would,
it's
I would say that's a hard question to answer. I would say the majority are students who would be eligible for scholarships or for tuition.
But we're out of scholarships, or we're out of space, or we're all of the above?
All of the above.
Okay.
And we would also have to work hard with our HR department and Tracy to ensure that we also had enough teachers to provide those services for those children. So some of the facility needs that we see right now as we consider our 8 elementary sites, and I'm including Kennedy in this presentation for my portion. Kay will talk a little bit more. We see that our 4 sites have space concerns that can be considered today in our conversation. First, as we move into 2023-24 school year, the grade level reconfiguration at Talahi will have an impact. We are forecasting somewhere in the neighborhood of 680 to 700 students there, and we will continue to monitor enrollment as we've seen kindergarten classes be larger than normal at Talahi during these past few years. We're excited to be offering our Somali dual language immersion, and that may attract District 742 students whose families may have chosen charter schools, but also live in our Talahi Lincoln attendance area and would be eligible to come and return and be right now at this moment enrolling or applying for Somali dual language immersion programming at kindergarten. So that's Talahi. At Lincoln, with the grade level reconfiguration for next year, we look forward to having a little more elbow room and continuing to provide a positive climate and culture in one of our older schools. We are planning for improvements in our art and music areas, and we know that that's going to help with instruction for those respective classrooms, and Gary could speak to that a little bit more if asked. For Lincoln, we do continue to recognize the challenges of the facility with having only a single gymnasium. A challenge with the bus chute is that happens right in front of the building, and the overall smaller campus, which was part of our earlier conversation during the retreat. Moving to the top right, at Madison, we are at capacity with a number of sections across all of our grade levels, and that does include preschool. When I mentioned before that we had a preschool from Madison going, or excuse me, that was Oak Hill, forgive me. So we did limit our preschool sections to only 2 this year, but would have liked to have had a 3rd section if possible. Those other areas and variables of making sure we have teachers and materials and whatnot would have impacted that. But in the end, we knew that Madison at this point, we could only have 2 preschool classrooms. We expect that concern to continue into the 23-24 school year. And finally, at Oak Hill, in our lower right-hand corner, due to the increased enrollment over the last 2 years, our 4-year-old program was moved to Quarry View and Discovery, as I mentioned. We are not expecting that to change for the 23-24 school year. We expect enrollment to continue to keep us at a place where preschool would have to be outside of that building. Lastly, some overall enrollment trends at the elementary, and they vary somewhat from the north side and south side, so I did split it up that way. We are continuing to see an increase in enrollment from our projections that we usually have each year at all of our south side schools, and I'll put some detail into that. Number one, we do note that 75% of our Clearview students are participating in our Spanish immersion program with about 300 of our 400 kids there enrolled in Spanish dual language immersion. Lastly, on the south side, we have seen those kindergarten classrooms, as I mentioned before, at Oak Hill and Talahi increasing each year for the last 2 to 3 years. On the north side, we note that Madison is at capacity, and its trends continue to impact that we know we'll have to reconsider preschool as a possibility of whether we can have that there. Our goal is to always have those at our neighborhood sites. Both Westwood and Discovery have a space to grow. And we're looking to see that happen, especially by expanding dual language immersion programming into each of those buildings. Enrollment at Kennedy at the elementary has not grown significantly, and we're seeing approximately the same number of kindergarteners entering the Kennedy school building each year. So some takeaways from our perspectives is for Oak Hill, we are going to need to be prepared for an immediate response to Oak Hill if enrollment continues to increase. Loss of some of the incoming Oak Hill kindergarten students to dual language immersion. And by that, I mean, we do know that right now, students who are registering and wanting to consider dual language immersion and they are in the Oak Hill attendance area, they will go to Discovery because that's where we're housing that program. So that certainly could have an impact on the space crunch that we felt this year, but it also could impact it for next year too if that does not happen. We expect now and for the near future an experience where we will not be able to have preschool at Oak Hill unless something were to significantly change. As we evaluate residential growth and monitor enrollment, we will need to consider responses for the 23-24 school year that may feel somewhat uncomfortable. Some of the options that may be considered would include looking at pockets in the Oak Hill attendance area to be temporarily, to have them temporarily attend Clearview or Discovery. Another option that could be considered is families registering after a certain date, because we have students registering right now, and that'll go on all the way up through, well, September 6th, that families registering after a certain date could also be considered for enrollment at Discovery or Clearview based on where they're living within the Oak Hill attendance area. Our task is to make sure that we're still monitoring our in-district transfer applications. We do have a number of families that put in for in-district transfer application who currently live in other parts of our school district, but maybe they have preschool in the Oak Hill attendance area. And under Board Policy 599, we don't have to automatically okay those in-district transfer applications. It has been our practice to do so, and we could be monitoring that much more closely if we have concerns related to our space. For Madison and Telahi, we are going to continue to monitor their enrollment trends. Just earlier this week during kindergarten open house, 41 students already registered that evening for Telahi during their open house session. So thank goodness Donna and the Welcome Center were there to help out. And lastly, we know we do need to watch how legislation at the Capitol may impact increased enrollment due to changes that might happen for preschool and how that budget and funding for preschool could change. So those are some of the key takeaways that I have for our elementary.
Are
We-
you're okay to, I think we have questions about that. Is that okay? Okay. We got hands up and then that.
Okay. I know that in the old days, when we started running into schools getting full, Jerry was out there saying, let's add another classroom. Let's do some expansion. And yet overall, our enrollment has been declining. Could we justify, say, adding another classroom at Oak Hill or that kind of thing?
And I'll let Gary speak to that as directly about facility.
And we can have Amy speak to any funding that comes up, but as we look at it, we've been looking at all of our facilities and for any additions, and it's difficult because the schools are built. When they're built, it's built for natural light to come in. We build these with infrastructure for parent and parent pickup and drop off and for bus chutes. And we're at a point where we start to encroach on some of those things. Can it be done? Yes, but it's it's challenging in some of our sites just because of the setup.
I know that at Madison, we did add classrooms.
Yes.
But the footprint on the land doesn't really allow for classrooms at, say, Oak Hill or?
At Oak Hill, we have quite a bit of space. I believe Oak Hill's about 80 acres. And so we have space. It would mean reconfiguring more than just that classroom. It would be more of a site reconfiguration as well.
Could we justify adding a classroom with the overall enrollment declining? It's just certain schools that it's going up.
Yes, we can. We're going to talk about that under the Apollo facilities referendum. I know that may seem a disconnect, but we actually do have a proposal to bring forward about that. It would require additional funding, and so that's something you'll have to consider. Yes, we could justify it. It would most likely be targeted around preschool. We know that's where our return on investment is, and we certainly never want to be turning those students away if we can help it.
That's where the legislature's going to be putting money too, I think.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed.
Can you give a brief overview as to why you think the class sizes are growing on the south side?
You want to talk to? An overview seems a little bit complex because I think Gary's ready to speak a little bit about the residential and some of the changes that we see on the south side of the community.
Yeah.
No.
2 more slides.
I have a question, and so maybe it's that, wait till this afternoon, but it's sort of piggybacks on Scott's. I need to wrap my mind around, I would say enrollment is kind of pretty consistent across the board. And so if, and so I hear community members say, well, and I don't know the history of, 10 years, 20 years ago, how much, I can always say 10,000, because that's a nice even number that I can remember. But did we used to house 12,000 students with the facilities? And so, and I don't know, so don't somebody quote that, but if we had a larger number of students in the same buildings, how did we make that work? Is the problem, it's just that we have too many here and not enough here? That's, okay, done. Okay, anybody else? So grades, class size, is that what you're saying, like this?
I'm saying that our class sizes have dropped. The number of students per classroom has dropped over the last 10, 15 years too. We made that levy commitment many years back to have a lower classroom, students per classroom number. And we've kept that, and it has continued to fall as a lot of it, I believe, through title money and things like that. So
ultimately you need 4 rooms instead of 3 rooms?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on to the next.
Bit about some of the facility needs that we see at our middle levels. One of the things, as you know, we've been focusing on is helping our students with that career and college pathway. And so what I'm going to speak to today is sort of how we can reach that vision and help our kids have more exposure. Kennedy is a beautiful space. It is kid-friendly. It is laid out beautifully. The outdoor campus is amazing. The one thing that we do not have at that school is a CTE space, so our students do not receive those same type of courses that we offer at Tech at South and North with technical education. So that is one need that we have identified for that building. Along that same line with South and North, when you go into those buildings, we would love to see that increased visibility of those CTE spaces, that lab, just to expose kids and help them see themselves into some of those careers. We know how effective that has been at Tech in building those programs, and so the ability to open up those spaces and make that learning more visible to our kids would be a huge bonus. Also at North and South, our music performance areas have some acoustical sound issues. The sound bleeds from one space to another, so it makes the teaching and learning challenging when we have those groups going at the same time. The next bullet there also outlines the same thing of that visibility. Our visual arts labs, we have spaces at each school, but they're really not designed to showcase our kids' work. We don't have natural display areas, and just being able to see into those areas and increase the opportunities there. And then as far as space goes, our biggest concern is at South. The South Side enrollment growth that we've been talking about, and Gary's going to show you in just a few minutes, is going to impact capacity at South, because we are seeing the growth at Oak Hill, and so that's where those kids end up. South right now is pretty close to capacity. It is 8 classrooms, has 8 less classrooms than we have at North, with 150 more students. So we're okay, they're feeling the squeeze, but we do anticipate going forward with that growth on the South Side in housing, that will impact South.
Okay, to make sense of all those maps that were included, we had reached out to all of the communities we serve and asked what's the forecast for residential development, whether it's single family or multifamily. And we heard back from many of them, and that's the information we provided. In summary, what we're seeing marginal development in the Westwood, Tulahi, Clearview, and Kennedy areas. And when I say marginal, that's manageable from where we look at space. The Tulahi Lincoln one, Mike had mentioned that. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on that. That's the of all those schools, that's the one where we would watch that, because it's really Tulahi and Lincoln. The east side of Highway 15 out by the Territories Golf Course and the airport, again, some growth there, but manageable. There's a substantial development, not to any of our surprise, in the Oak Hill area. And that's how it works. When we built Discovery, we broke ground, I think it was 88. Discovery was in a cornfield. There are a couple of houses behind it and one apartment building across. You drive by it today and you build a school and there's going to be development. So, and that's what we're experiencing around the Oak Hill area now, closer to Tech, but that's the Oak Hill attendance area.
So we will talk more about the cradle to career conversation later in the Apollo presentation, but wanted to make sure that you had a foundation because it will include talking about the need for additional support for our preschool students, some of these space issues, and then some of the middle school conversations. But we are really looking for your input, your thoughts on both, and to make you aware of these short-term and long-term considerations. So we suspect that we could, as Dr. Rivard said, that we could need to do something regarding Oak Hill enrollment for the 23-24 school year, knowing that we've already moved preschool out. We have our classes at on the higher side of the board recommended or the recommended class sizes. We don't have we've really maximized our space there. So just to kind of recap that, we can look at closing down some of those around daycare, which are very valid considerations for families. We could look at closing open enrollment from other districts, which we know that brings us revenue, and we certainly would love that revenue. We hate to say no. Or we could look at the split. So after the sections fill, then we need to start looking at if our families are living in that St. Augusta south side, that maybe they need to go to the Clearview space, or if they're in that, like what Dr. Rivard said, in that more north, that then they would go to Discovery. So all of those are considerations, and perhaps we won't ever get there, but we don't want the board ever surprised or our community surprised about those conversations. And then just for your awareness and that long term, to Shannon's point, we are seeing those enrollment patterns shift to our south side. We see that's where our development's happening. While we don't anticipate that hitting us for a few years, as we look at that trickling out into South and Tech, we do want those considerations on this board's radar as we plan forward.
Natalie?
I guess, like to me, the obvious elephant in the room is the fact that Discovery's on the north side, right? You know what I mean? Like, so there's people that specifically buy or live on the south side, and then to cross that line, that would make me concerned because people kind of plan their life around that. So I can understand the Clearview one because you're still in that same side, but that would be concerning to me.
Would you anticipate that if we changed enrollment in Oak Hill, do you lose students then to Athlos and Stride in a large number, given the proximity? I mean, they're all within a mile of each other.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's concerning. Are we, do you have more? No, so we're just, go ahead, Heather, then, just making sure.
And again, I'm not so good at this or ignorant, but how much do you work with the city in terms of the planning and what the projections are? And the transformation that you're seeing on the south side, is it new people coming to the area, or is it people relocating from the north to the south? And how much do you think about that in terms of trying to do more of a long-term fix than probably just sticking fingers in a dike?
Multi-part question. We partner with the city quite a bit. Obviously, the information that we received was from the city. A couple years ago, we did I had a demographer come in and do a study. The fly in the ointment there was COVID hit, and so it's just although reviewing it, it's still pretty accurate. We just don't know the impact of that. What we don't know right now is I look at the north side of St. Cloud, up around the Northway Drive area. Some of those apartment buildings have been there for 50, 60 years. And we see a lot of development of apartment buildings on the south side. We don't know if that's a shift, if people are moving, if these would be new families. So that's that next step, to dig deeper into it to see what it means.
The Clearview, and is at 75% immersion, what percentage of that is within the Clearview boundaries? And then part two would be, because we've opened up one more opportunity on Westwood, correct? Okay, so then, in 5 years from now, what would we anticipate that, following that trend, what is that going to do to people who are interested in that program but have a closer opportunity at Westwood? So what would we be projecting then? Does that make sense?
Yeah, the challenge of the projection is we also look to our dual language immersion program for Spanish at Clearview also attracts a number of open enrollment students from outside of our district too. So right now, and we have, those numbers fluctuate a little bit each year. So, we do get Foley and Annandale and Becker and Big Lake and Monticello students who are bringing the kids in. It's not a large number, but it does exist. We're hoping to impact and increase that through some of the work of the communications department and the Welcome Center. We know that Talahi and Oak Hill and the opportunity that now they would just be the ones going down to Spanish dual language immersion. We're curious of how that might also help to increase our numbers going down to Clearview. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What grades do we have at Clearview and in Spanish immersion?
Clearview is for Spanish immersion, kindergarten through 5th.
We've already got up to 5th grade.
Yes, we do.
Heather?
Do the students in Spanish immersion who are outside of the district, do they continue in it when they move to South, or are you seeing a pretty good retention of the kids from outside the district staying with it through high school or through middle school?
We do, but I would ask, I looked at Dr. Putnam because she's,
We do. Is the Spanish program particularly, we see nice retention. So we've been really pleased with that.
How is the sign-up going for the Somali program? Is it being well received or no?
we're pleased to see the communication department has gotten information out to all of our stakeholders across the district and even outside of the district. Our dual language immersion nights have been well attended, except for maybe one, and that was our first one. So we knew that we had to do some more work on reaching out. The 3 of the 4 that I have attended have been well attended with upwards, well, and you were there with me for Scott. That's a fairly well attended information night. And so that's a flavor for you. If anywhere between 20 and 25 community members joining in for an information night for kindergarten specific, we also saw that. And then I think the information we're getting regarding Talahi is also speaking to that it's out there. We just have to make sure we're capturing those families who are interested, because we want to get them into kindergarten first and foremost, but we also want to make sure that they know they have these options for dual language immersion. Right? Does that help? Okay.
This might be an afternoon question, but the Kennedy space and the middle schoolers at Kennedy and the need for that, is there cost breakdown of, we put it over there, or do we change the facility over here, or do you move the students over here? And both come with pros and cons, I get that, but
When you say put the students over here or there, are you referring in the school or a separate site? Over to a different school?
Right,
Yeah.
would you just pick up the middle school students and move them over to North because North has that opportunity? Or does not North have that opportunity? Are you wanting to create something at Kennedy that?
Yes. Unless the board's intention would be that you don't want that to be a K-8 community, a P8 school, which is very much part of its identity, then we would want to keep it out at Kennedy. Is that what you want to know?
Well, yeah, and I'm just saying at what cost? And I get that, and we've had that conversation before.
Absolutely, we have.
But now it's coming with a price tag, and I'm not saying yay or nay, I'm just wondering.
That's a brave conversation, so let's have it. My question is, if say we did that, is there enough room at North to house the middle school students that are currently at Kennedy? Or would then space be an issue there? And if we did that, why would we do that? Like, would there be more growth opportunities for preschool through 5th there? Like, we haven't had this conversation yet, so I'm just wondering why we're going there. I'm fine with going there, but is there a reason?
I don't think so. I think that we would lose a lot of enrollment. I think we'd lose a lot of money because our St. Joe community loves their P8, right? And so I think we would see more students leaving us sooner. Is there space? Potentially, though certainly we hope that when we pass an Apollo referendum, that we will see some of that shift to more housing on that north side and more enrollment on our north side. I think then we'd also have a increase in transportation cost, which is significant. It's always surprising how much that costs us. So I think there's a lot of drawbacks to thinking that we might take a 6-8 out of Kennedy and move it to north.
And I think that really shows why we're talking about Apollo facilities referendum next, because it seems like we're either going to be spending money revamping Oak Hill, or we need to have Apollo be an equity issue, where our families aren't feeling the need to move. It's like the community's going to spend the money either way, so why don't we just have a better high school on the north side?
And not to be negative, the students that we would lose in that, are those the same students that ultimately we do lose at 9th grade?
Yes, right, absolutely. But we are seeing that middle level over the last year or two start to rebound. We're seeing fewer of those students leaving us at 5th grade or 6th grade to go to surrounding private or public schools. So my optimistic place is that we're seeing that trend begin to change. And that then if we give them, if there's a more robust and appropriate learning facility at the high school, that would even begin to change more. So I think that I feel confident that the number of people that we would lose would far outweigh those that we would not.
So the thought would be that this investment would build their a sense of belonging and recognizing opportunity in District 7-4 that they would bridge that into Apollo and say that my other choice doesn't include these great things that I've experienced in middle school that I can continue to experience in high school. Yeah? Okay. Okay, so we have until noon, and my question is, where are we wanting to take this conversation? Natalie?
So when it comes to the or not the recommendations, but like here's the issues at, our middle school facilities that we really need to think about. What's the next step with that? So like updated music performance areas, coming from a former choir teacher, I'm like, yeah, let's do that, like yesterday. Because I love band, but man alive, you can't hear yourself if you're trying to compete against that. So, I mean, are these like things that we're naming and then we're coming up with ways to fund them, or what's the next step there?
These are preliminary landscape conversations for the middle level and for preschool as we get to the afternoon. We wanted you to have that landscape. Shannon, to your question, I think some of the things that would be really helpful to me and cabinet is to understand what you're thinking and around Oak Hill, right? We had some conversations. I think Natalie, you brought up a great point that we have also wondered, right? Discovery mainly feeds the North and Apollo. So if we are moving those students, what is that going to look like? You built your friendship base, K-5. What does that look like? I think some of the other questions that we have, you heard some of the conversations around Lincoln, and we spent some time this morning. What next? Talahi is growing. We did make that shift this year, but to start to think about that facility, we can't put a whole lot more. We're going to update what we can, but at some point, we're going to outgrow that too. And so just trying to get some thoughts about what you guys see coming.
I feel like really bad timing right now is what I feel. If there's anything that's going to change this district, it's going to be if they put a bridge in over the Mississippi River on the southeast side. And if they do that, it's going to change our facility needs. In nothing we talked about here today is going to really be relevant compared to what would happen then. And I don't know, I don't think it's just going to shift to Clearwater, but I think it was just the housing market, I think, on that southeast side would take off. And immediately from that, we'd have elementary school problems because they can't go to Oak Hill, they can't go to Lincoln, they can't really go to Talahi. So where do those kids go to school? So we'd have a elementary school, we'd have to replace Lincoln at that point in time. And this is something that could happen in the next 10 years. So it's like, it's not too early to be talking about it, but it's too early to be talking about it because they haven't made their decisions yet. But I'd hate to make any major decisions. And we're kind of at a point right now, we're working through it. We're working with what we got, but I'd hate to make any major decisions prior to at least hearing that they're gonna do something or they're not gonna do something for the next 10 years on that.
What's that timeline, do you know?
They've asked for input, aren't they? For input from residents as to what their thoughts are on that South Bridge.
They've been talking about that bridge for as many
I know they
years-
have.
For years and years. And we do own land on the southeast side. We are ready to build. We have the land to put it on anyway.
We have land, I don't know if we're ready to build, but
Well, we have the land and we're, if
I mean,
they,
there's no infrastructure there, we'd have to have water and sewer and
well,
all
it's
of
gonna
that
take
stuff
them a
would have
while
to
to
go
build the
into.
bridge too.
But, huh?
It'd take a while to build the bridge too.
No, I know, but there's a lot of things that have to happen. I'm just kind of saying there's a lot of things that have to happen, but I just don't know that the conversation, that stuff's gonna come
Someday,
if the bridge comes.
someday.
But it's not gonna come if the bridge doesn't come.
There have been some preliminary things going on. We've been approached as far as the preferred route of that road once the bridge would be there. County Road 65, Sherburne County 65 is where our property is. If you drive out that way, it's staked off. They're widening the road a bit. So there's, even though it's, the decision hasn't been made, there are some improvements going on in discussions.
I think the most concerning thing that I heard was the whole Quarry View to Clearwater gets me a little rattled. If there's, I'm sure that you have gone round and round with this, and I get that. I don't want to make a move that ultimately loses students.
So am I understanding that maybe in order of preference, this board would like us to think about carefully reviewing and considering those in-district transfers, then close open enrollment or again, if we get to that point, but what is the priority of this board is in terms of moving kids or the,
Can you lay out the options one more time?
Certainly, and forgive me, I'm going to go back to my notes. So as we look at some of the possibilities with increased enrollment, we know first option would be, do you consider students who are living in pockets within the Oak Hill attendance area, having them either move down to Clearview or having them move to Discovery across the bridge. And we know how that could impact our middle school experience for our students and their families. The second option would be is just looking at a date in time during, I'm sure what would be June or July, when we know and are watching enrollment for an Oak Hill, that as soon as we hit a certain number for filling our sections, that we would ask those families who are now enrolling, say in June or July, that we would look to either Clearview or Discovery as their options for their incoming kindergartners and families for that matter.
Could you also go through the implications of changing that in-district transfer? Who and how might be impacted? Thank you.
So the in-district transfer applications come to both assistant superintendents, and there's 5 areas that we look through as being possibilities of why we would grant an in-district transfer application. Some of them are if you're an employee within the district and you would want your child to go to maybe the school that you're working in or teaching in. The one that you see most often, especially at the elementary level, is the daycare option where families have their children enrolled at a daycare where they're dropping their kids off maybe at 6 or 6:30, and our buses are already going to that school to pick them up. The other options are directly related to immersion because when Policy 599 was added, it's very timely as it related to when our immersion program started, and we wanted to ensure that we were showing in policy why we were allowing those students to go to districts out or to schools outside of their attendance area. Those are the 3 main reasons. Kay, would you help me? What 2 areas am I missing?
I'm trying to picture the form.
Oh,
Oh, yes, if a sibling already attends one of the schools, that's one of the things that we honor, that the family can continue.
yes,
I think that's it.
And that would be, we would consider that. Again, part of District 5, or 599 policy begins with, it's all based on space needs. So sometimes we aren't able to allow for in-district transfer application because we know certain grade levels of certain schools have hit that space, but we communicate that information to the superintendent, and we have at times, including last year, closed certain grade levels at worked with Superintendent Jett or Superintendent Putnam when that does happen.
Al?
Mike, one of the things when you're talking about moving some of the attendance area from Oak Hill to Clearwater, I don't know the attendance area for Oak Hill, so I don't know what you're talking about. Whether that would be,
Do you want to?
Did we include the map in the,
That would be nice.
I know we put it in the packet, I can't remember if we threw it on here. No.
I can get to it pretty quick.
Yep. Yeah, is Mike's, we've got it in a folder, as Mike's pulling it up, it goes south from Oak Hill, pretty much into the Luxembourg area, all the way over to, is it County Road 7 that goes through St. Augusta?
I guess my
Yeah.
question is, would some of it be conducive to a move like that? Like, the family, change the high school, you got a real
Right.
political shot.
Right,
Change the boundaries of an elementary school usually isn't quite, and would, in some cases, it might make more
right.
sense.
And, you know, we've looked at maps, we'd really need to dig into it to see what type of saturation we have for student population in that too, to see if it's even, you know, what sort of impact it would be.
Is this the map you wanted to use?
No, it's the general district one.
While you're pulling that up, that in-district transfer, that policy was really tightened up recently too. So we've made steps to try to help control our schools. Yeah.
Is, no, I think I have it. I'll look for it here if you want to ask Mike and Kay a question.
I was looking for it because they were asking you questions.
Yeah, maybe when I look at the map, I'm like, oh, well, that's not as bad as, I was thinking. It's not kids that are, Oak Hill's bike path that we're saying, no, go over
Go
here.
on. I'll close down, let you project.
And maybe I shouldn't say this because it's not something I've asked cabinet even. Well, I wonder if we could ever ask our families who live kind of in that where it might be actually closer to go to Clearview, right? Or some of the, I wonder if we would ever consider asking them instead of saying you have to, make it an option. Again, I don't know. I haven't talked to transportation, so maybe I'm dangerous, but I think choice is always better than no choice, but just a wonder. Could.
Natalie?
I mean, it goes back into the fact that with 75% of that school is dual immersion, what am I saying? Yeah, is immersion, so like, that kind of kills two birds with one stone sort of a thing. If we put more of that area into Clearview, seems like that makes logical sense. And I don't know that for our families, like Al was saying, if Clearview or Talahi is really the issue of north side and south side. I think it's still all paths, both those paths lead to tech. You're still a south side family.
Help from communication.
It's in the PK facility folder.
Okay, I'm in Google. Mike, do you still have that up? Did you still have the folder?
I do. You want me
Okay,
to
yep,
just
just
project
project
it?
it, yeah.
It's hard, Al. I know the boundaries, but also to describe them, just like Gary does, visually, it's nice to be able to see. Because there are little parts of our district that you would think are Madison, and actually we have those students going to Talahi Lincoln, so.
There we go. Thank you, Tammy.
While that's coming up, the other thing that I just want to acknowledge is that we do struggle with class size at Clearview sometimes with our English side of the educational house, because either we have really low class size, like very low kindergarten English only, and then when we get to those upper grades, we end up high because we've got a 4-5 combo because there's so few not English speaking, but English program students. It could alleviate some of those challenges.
Heather?
When you say that 75% is dual immersion at Clearview, but what's your capacity and how close are you to capacity at Clearview?
So Clearview has 400 students right now. So 300 of those students are Spanish dual language immersion. The capacity at Clearview is also based on the number of sections you would have, and how that school is set up, especially with the remodel, is wonderful that we could add sections. We're utilizing all the space, and we're utilizing the space to impact students' success. However, some of the spaces that you would see traditionally being used for a classroom homeroom are being used for some of our interventions that, so how much more? 6 to 7 classrooms?
That there's more space available?
Correct.
So what areas would you be looking at?
So what Tammy has up there is the Clearview attendance area, and towards the left-hand side of the screen would be everyone's left. Yeah.
It's probably the easiest.
Can you make it a tad bigger? So this would be
Highway 15 here. And then, of course, this would be 24, 25 that crosses over.
Where's Oak Hill?
So Oak Hill would be up in here. So,
So you're looking at this area? Okay. Oh,
How many students are we talking?
we don't know.
Yeah.
We haven't got that far.
where's
Clearview is, there, thanks. And the Oak Hill attendance area also goes over as far as Clearwater Road. We're looking at that.
And Gary, where? Could you show on the southeast side, some of those people go up to Talahi? Where are they and how far are they from Clearview? And this is just a pure curiosity for me, only curiosity.
Let me get my bearings here. So this should be home.
I'm so bad at maps.
Oh, you're right.
No, please don't, no. I'm just curious.
So Talahi would be up in here, so this is County Road 8. Thank you. Property should be about in here, I think that's County Road 65 there. So here would be Clearview.
Okay.
You're not even in the town yet, where Clearview's attendance area is. And then you'll see Talahi and Lincoln attendance area section.
The development that goes in the city is more up around the same time.
Sometimes our decisions can't be forever decisions, right? It just has to be what do we need today, and then make a different decision another time.
I'm not talking about buildings, I'm just talking about lines, drawings and lines.
But you were saying you wanted us to weigh in on these options of taking the pocket up from Oak Hill and going to Clearview, having a cutoff date for enrollment based on the sections filling, and then the in-district transfer considerations. So those are the three that we're weighing in on?
And if there are any open enrollments.
Open enrollment.
Can you talk just a little bit about how transportation works? So right now, if you're outside of the limit of your school, how do you actually get to school? I mean, is it then required that your parents drive you or that you're responsible for it?
Yes, so if it's a in-district, open, what do you call them? You've got a good title for that.
In-district transfer application?
Yeah, your little acronym, but anyhow.
Oh, IDTA.
Yes, it would be the responsibility of the families to transport. There's a little bit of, it depends, we've made some commitments to immersion transportation, but generally that's the rule.
With the new immersions coming, does that help the transfers or transportation cause more problems with that?
We anticipate over time it will help because we'd just be adding a classroom each year. It would take 6 years.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll be patient. Lori, when you mentioned the 1-2 combo, to consider those things, my two older children went to elementary school in Alaska, and they did that not because of classroom size, not because of enrollment, and parents absolutely loved it. And there was a couple different options, but had a teacher for first grade and that same teacher for second grade. And so there was not that learning curve of teacher and student, and so she only had half new students. And there was a lot of, it was well received, and I loved it.
I'm personally a big fan of combo classrooms and looping, like you just described, where the same kids and the same teacher. We did a lot of that at Kennedy, some out of necessity and some out of just pure commitment to that learning model. I like it.
So repeat to me again, please, what is what you're looking direction on?
So some of the, as we look to get more information and bring you more information in the future, we're just looking for your thoughts on priority. So no decision needs to be made today, no, so don't feel any pressure, but the things we're looking to explore with you are, if we see that we're getting close to full at Oak Hill, would you prefer that we begin at closing the open enrollment? Would you like us to look even tighter at the in-district transfer? Would you like us to explore further or recommend that that be our first priority, is that we would then shift some pockets of enrollment to Clearview?
So I'm following up. Sorry,
How about building another classroom or two?
sorry, Scott, I was talking. So I'm not done. So what I would like to see in terms of more information about that. So I do appreciate your proposal of asking parents. I think that blank questions are very lost. So what would you like to do, this or that? Well, this, but I don't think that they add more information to necessarily. So I ask giving some options to choose from those options and then to have some free information from parents. I also wonder if we are going to do any kind of shift, what are the possibilities of doing that shift for the incoming families exclusively? So how do you, and I would prefer that you give to the incoming family, that you shift from the incoming families, and let's say they go to first grade, and then you keep it from that first grade and then keep the other options open for the ones that are there. And my question regarding to that is that when would you need to implement something like that to be effective? Because that will have to be implemented probably a lot earlier. And then what are the possibilities of doing a pilot? Those are my 3 cents.
My 2 cents would be on all of the options that you gave us. It seems really operational. I would trust your judgment on that. The only one that I would think that we would need to be involved in is if there was a boundary change. Then you'd have to bring that boundary change to us if that was your recommendation. But otherwise, I think I'm gonna leave it in your hands. You're asking the wrong guy.
Heather?
Discovery, can you talk a little bit more about their boundaries and who they attract?
Tammy, you still back there?
Oh, look at her.
So Discovery will go, obviously right around the building up to Highway 15. That's the dividing point between Discovery and Oak Hill. And then as we are going out to the west, it'll get out to the Belle Claire Acre area. And then once we cross 23, we're getting into the Kennedy attendance area. And then
The school is going to be in this area.
And then we get some kind of, we get a mixture on the north side up on 3rd Street North, just to the west of Cooper. Yeah. We start to get into, it's kind of like those 4 states that come together. We get a little intersection there where Discovery abuts both Madison and the Lincoln attendance areas, right up in that, yeah. up in there.
But it definitely does go south of 94, where we,
What proportion comes from the upper part of north of Division compared to the, I don't know the density,
Sure.
but your density.
based on transportation.
Yeah, I'd have to get those numbers. That's a very good question. That's, what that is, it's our former Roosevelt neighborhood, back when we had a number of neighborhood schools, and then when we built Discovery, that neighborhood went to Discovery.
Can you point where the school is?
School should be in this area here.
Odd shape for a boundary.
It had to do with closing, we built the 3 schools in 1990, and shortly after that, we closed Roosevelt, McKinley, Jefferson,
So if you think of this,
Washington.
This is 15, and this would have been where Roosevelt would have had some students. McKinley would have had students in here, along with out over this way. And this is back before 2002 and 2003, if I'm dating myself correctly. And when Discovery moved from being a 5-6 to a K-5, and correct me on any of this. This is my
Spot on.
recollection. It pulled in all of this.
So, and where's Clearview?
Let me go back to Clearview. Here's Clearview.
Artem. Do you have the one where it shows all of the boundaries? Would that be cleaner? That one that shows all of the elementary boundaries? Do you have that one?
This one, the color coded?
No, there's a color coded one, isn't there?
Yeah, it shows that the Madison's just like a little chunk. I know we have it in there.
You want me to go scan it in and you can?
Well, it should
This
be
one's beautiful, it's showing them all really nice. Do you want to go scan it?
The question related to Discovery is because Highway 15 obviously separates our Discovery and Oak Hill attendance area. So as soon as you go over the bridge, you're on one side or the other. Discovery and Oak Hill are 4 to 5 minutes apart. So that's more of the piece of why you might consider utilizing, if there was if you wanted to consider one of the options Dr. Putnam was talking about, that's a possibility.
Got to let Alan.
So we're coming at this with like, here, if we drew the line here, but if you could just throw it out logistically, thank you. Oh, I see. So that bottom part of Discovery, why wouldn't we grab that for Clearview, or does that not solve any problems?
The lower left,
Yeah,
that might be, that's pretty close to Kennedy too, as we're getting there, so. Mhm.
My question is, so I know we're really talking about Oak Hill. And I don't know when was the last time we redrew boundaries, I guess is my question.
So I've been here a while.
Oh, yeah, sure, you betcha.
We weren't using Myers Schoolhouse, but the only boundary shifts I can recall have been in the Westwood Madison area, and it had to do when, and now I'm really showing how old I am, but when we put Highway 15 in. That's the only one I recall. Yeah.
I remember Highway 15 coming in too, so I'm with you.
And you were like talking on your car phone to get it. Yeah, that's cool. Well, my question is about boundaries in general. Why, like, we're not the same community we were then. So do we really need to actually take it more 50,000 foot view and say, I'm not saying this is what we have to do, but like, why would we only talk about the boundary in one area? Why don't we talk about that for sure because we need to? I would say, I would like to know as a board member, what are the numbers we're talking about to have the Oak Hill pocket go to Clearview? Because that's not a political issue. That's not a north side, south side issue. But then also, if we had our way, and with the schools we have now, not building anything else except for revamping Apollo and maybe helping Lincoln, what would be our pie in the sky dream? And then what of that can we utilize? And how much money does that cost, and who would do that for us? Because that's not just a free thing that Gary's just going to whip up on a weekend. So,
I do think you bring up a point, though, re-looking at all of it, because I think then you could also look at a phasing project where you could phase in some redrawing that is a longer-term approach to it. I'm just, and partly because I did have kids who went to Clearview, the challenge for parents, and you look at the map, is a lot of folks in this area come north to come to St. Cloud for work. So then if it looks like Discovery easily goes to Clearview, that's not actually true, because if they're coming north to work, they still have to get over there for whether it's drop off, whether it's school events or whatever. And so it ostracizes that a little bit. So there's plenty, you can say that it's the north side, south side, that's politics. It's politics everywhere, let's just be honest. But it is maybe looking at what in a new community, a different community, projecting a little bit of where we see population growth. I think that longer term approach, I think, and I don't know anything really, but Oak Hill and Discovery potentially have some options there, but it's maybe a bigger view.
One of our next steps will be to look at and get some information and costs from teams who actually do this work, right? Professionals who look at demographics and in terms of population growth, in terms of density, to be able to look long-term. I think everybody here is very clear that in fact, I banned the word. I said this is the B word. We're not talking boundaries. We will not say this aloud, right? We know that if we want to pass an Apollo referendum, one of the surefire ways to cause divisiveness in a community is to change school boundaries, right? We love our community schools, and to create that kind of conflict in a community is really challenging when we're asking for something. And so we are bringing this to you as we want you to have this background information and know that we are paying attention and we're looking long term. We are a courageous team, right, and a community who will do what we need to do for the future. That's how we've been thinking about it. And Heather, I think I heard you say a phased look at that, and so that is also our intention as well.
I think that I am with Al in the sense that this has become very operational, and I'm in the edge of this is uncomfortably very operational to be discussed the way that we're discussing it. I think that might generate misunderstanding if we just keep going this way. I appreciate the clarification that you said, and that you're not talking about moving anything right now, and you're just looking at the issues of enrollment, and I appreciate that information. But discussing it any further, maybe giving our input, I don't think that I particularly have enough information to offer anything even coherent at this point.
Zach?
I just want to say I'm very appreciative of this discussion, because this is what I was hoping to get out of the board retreat, is it kind of snaps out where things are. So I appreciate the information. It helps kind of put some clarity on what things might come down the road.
Yeah, we're taking it in as informational and recognizing when it jumps to us and when it doesn't jump to us, but appreciate being informed.
Yes.
I think it might be on the website too, or not,
We'll get it out there.
somewhere.
It's there.
It's there.
Might be Christmas before you find it.
Okay. Look at that, we finished early on this one. All right, well, it's lunchtime. And we'll be back at 12:30. Yes.
So in about 5 minutes, guests, you're welcome to join us. We have sambusa, mostly beef, also some fish, which I took a lot of heat for. People are have a lot of strong feelings about fish sambusa, apparently. But there's also vegetables and rice. And then we'll have a cake offering for midday snack. Some more coffee, water. Guests, if you are aware, bathrooms are through this door and to your right. Also, vending machines if you prefer pop or soda. So please, if there's anything we can do to make anybody here more comfortable, please let us know.
Yep, he is. Our next agenda topic is Apollo facilities and referendum.
All right, Amy is going to be projecting for us. And we are excited for this next agenda topic, our next meeting topic, as we, again, this is just exploring options, laying out some ideas for this board to consider. No action, of course, being taken. Just want people to kind of have a forecast of what administration is thinking and offer that to the board for conversation. So we are going to get started. Amy's going to present. No problem. And then you can, oh, thank you. It's one of those things that slowly adds in, builds suspense, right? You might have to tap your button again. Yeah, there we go. And if you go on to the next slide, you'll get an overview of what we're going to be sharing today. We'll talk a little bit about some so the messages implies that they're developed. They are not. Key anchor points may be a better word. Looking at some reasons why we need an Apollo referendum, some lessons learned from Tech High School, looking at some potential so that everybody here has the same common understanding of where we've been, so that we have a firm foundation, taking a look at cost and funding, some recommendations for your consideration on timing. And then if we were to think about some of the conversations we had during those PK8 facilities, how we might be able to address some of those conversations as well, and then next steps. So looking at those key anchor points, they're certainly around safety. We know that you'll hear from Justin about points around safety. Justin and Jason will be talking about learning and CTE demand, not only from our students, but from our workforce and our employers. Thinking about the workforce and economy of this community, understanding that our business and our community leaders have said we need students and people coming out of high schools who are equally and fully prepared, not just with specific opportunities on one side of town. As we talked this morning, thinking about enrollment and how an Apollo referendum could help us financially, and that we have been good fiscal stewards of our taxpayer money since we talked about that in 2017 at that referendum, and then we have a very strong track record of making good use of the funds that we do have to do what we can for our school community. And now I'll turn it over to Justin and Jason. Justin's going to kick us off.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. Always a pleasure to come and be able to talk about Apollo High School, and I know Jason feels the same about Tech. And just hearing what we have to say today and talking about what the future may look like. So Apollo High School does require some needs for a safe learning environment. And we've all been to Apollo during the school day for after-school events, but if you think about Apollo and how it's set up, we do have 37 doors that you can get into Apollo, but we have a few that are identified as the main doors. And when you come in to watch us, for basketball or something like that, you're coming in door 7, which is that door that's labeled activities entrance. Door 2 is the main door by the space capsule. And if you come in during the day, you'll be greeted by Sue, who's the person who sits at the desk there, but it is not a controlled entrance. We are the only school in the district that does not have a controlled entrance. With what we're going to talk about today, the possibility of having those level of security when someone comes into the building is an absolute need for us. And although our person who works at the front desk who will buzz you in when you come in, it's important to understand once you enter that door, there's about 15 feet of space between you and the person working at that desk. To your immediate right is the learning communities of all the classrooms and the main office, and then to your immediate left is the cafeteria and the music area. And right now, it is not secure. It is open for people. Guests come in. When you come in, your first step is to have your ID scanned. And if that ID shows that there's a reason why you're not to be in a school, then we will help you with that to exit. But it is those steps need to happen for us to identify. And fortunately, we've never had a situation where someone does come in and runs or anything like that. But with how it's set up, it's a fear that we do have. As far as our restroom facilities, we are in need of re-looking at our restroom facilities. It's feedback that we get back from our students, from our Student Voice Summit, which I shared with you all last Wednesday. That was a theme. If your students go there, I think if you went home and said, we're looking at addressing the bathrooms at Apollo, you're going to get a high five or a thank you. On the boys' side, we do have at any given time in our learning spaces a limit of bathrooms in available stalls that can be used. We only have 3 stalls that are open for students during the day that are open. So if you think about that, right now at school we have 500 to 600 boys that are walking around. There's 3 bathroom stalls that are available in the learning communities and the learning spaces. So when you hear that we had to wait or there's a line, that is true oftentimes. And we have a lot of staff that are, that work and are near the bathrooms to help students getting to and from class. And we talked about e-hall pass last week, but students, the amount of time they're given to leave is there's a concern about that need that we have. And then again, if you've ever experienced student drop-off or pickup at the beginning or the end of the day, just the current configuration does not work. We've seen a drastic decline in the amount of drivers that we have, which means most of our students are on a bus or are being dropped off by someone at the beginning of the day. And everyone bottlenecks into the same place, especially at the end of the day. We have to have multiple staff members. One person is standing at the light hitting the walk button so the buses can get through, and one person is stopping traffic because they all have to zipper merge into the same place to exit, and it can be a concern. We actually had a student that shared with us and with Dr. Putnam coming into school at the beginning of the day. They are concerned for their safety. The student lot, they have to cross really 2.5 lanes of traffic because there is 2 lanes to come in and then 1 lane to come out as far as coming into door 7 where all of our students enter at the beginning of the day. So those are real concerns, and I would invite any of you to come see those, and I'd be happy to work with you and we can watch it together, but I see it every day and it's absolutely some needs that we have. Now for the learning opportunities, and we have wonderful staff and students at Apollo High School, but being able to create opportunities and that our students are preparing and ready for real life experiences. I'll just touch upon some different areas and some needs that we have and be happy to answer any questions. So first of all, a culinary experience. Right now, as I mentioned to this board before, our current configuration does not allow for things like gas to be brought into our tech or to our culinary area. There's certain electrical deficiencies that we have that don't allow us to bring in the same equipment that is over at Tech High School. So right now the students that are taking classes, the foods classes and the culinary classes, are getting more of what I would say that home ec experience that a lot of us have, where a student at Technical High School is getting a true culinary experience. They're working with gas stoves, they're working with industry standard equipment that's preparing them to go to the workforce. This is even to the point we're working with Mr. Holm in community education. There are just certain classes that they can't offer at Apollo that they're offering at Tech by the limitations of the ability of what we can do. So that's trickling into our community for the community ed aspect as well. For our technical education, thank you for those of you that have came to the SME Prime event and the different things that we have happening there. But our current configuration, we could have probably put this on safety as well. I had an opportunity. I did a formal observation with a teacher today. Amazing job watching kids make butcher boards and doing some things there. But as far as where the classroom configuration and where the functional work is happening, the flow is not correct for it to be safe. Right now, we've got a classroom that flows into a welding and into a lathe area that flows into a auto garage. And if there's 3 classes going on right now, you have 90 kids that 30 are trying to learn, 30 might be welding, and 30 are trying to, learn how a transmission works on a car or something like that. It's just the space doesn't have a flow that allows for independent. It's the opposite of flexible. It's very much stuck in what it is, and they do the best they can with it, but it's not what's best for our kids. So just an overhaul of that area. We're fortunate where we do have, with our SME Prime grant, the equipment that we have. We love the equipment. So if the space can be refigured, we can utilize what we currently have to provide that top-notch education. Our health sciences, if you've ever had an opportunity to go to Tech High School, they have a full lab, that's a CNA lab, that's available for students. They have 7 beds, they've got a full setup that you get that true what it's like to be in that medical scenario or in that medical community. At Apollo High School, we offer that same class. Our space is the old DAO break room because it has a sink, and that's why the class is in there. It fits 1 bed. So we have students using that 1 bed. It has the sink. It meets those requirements, but by no means is it the same experience. And are they getting that full, real world, real life experience that a student at Tech would be getting in that exact same class? And then videography. Such a request for this, and the example I would give is I've heard it from members of this board, members of our community, and our students. We want the Apollo Morning Show. We want the same thing that Tech has. We want the ability to learn that. We want the ability to do what they're doing, and our current setup does not allow for that. We just aren't able to, we don't have that. We don't have the equipment for it. We don't have the space for it. So we really would like to be able to provide that opportunity for our kids to be able to do that. Transitioning into fine arts, when we look at fine arts, thinking about music, thinking about theater, and then thinking about visual arts. Our music area, if you've had an opportunity to go in there, I know we have some board members here where I've seen their students doing what they love in those spaces. It's when I give tours to alumni in other places, that would be one place that says, this looks exactly the same as when I went here. And whether that's a 20-year reunion. I'm actually working right now with the group that's doing the 50-year reunion, finding some yearbooks for them. So I'm really curious what that's going to look like. But we've got an excited group of the first graduating class that's celebrating their 50th reunion, and we've been doing a lot of communicating. They're excited to come back to Apollo. But that's an area that needs to be looked at to give our students that great that experience of what we can do here in 2023. Our theater is again very much the same as it was when it was built. We have such great productions. I was so proud of the kids. Did not know, but the last play we did was an interactive play, so I was a member of the spelling bee for the first 25 minutes, which I was told as I was walking in, so they actually pulled 4 or 5 members of the audience out, and you spelled words, and yes, I did get out in the second round, so... Just an amazing group of kids, and just having that opportunity of updated, and we have done some things as Lori's mentioned and as Amy will mention, taking one-time money and things we have. We were able to put a new soundboard because it was a necessity. We did buy some new mics that will be first time will be used in the spring. So those things are there, but look at the seats. When you look at those of you that have been there, it was set up to have the pod system for the original idea of the building. So we do have 2 accordion doors that we have to open and shut that raise up to seats that aren't the same theater quality seats. They're hard plastic chairs, and being able to take that and making it an inclusive space, not only for hosting plays, but for community education, when we have parent meetings, when we have our freshman meetings, those type of things, just a looking of that and refreshing of that space. And then the classrooms themselves, bringing them up to a higher level of function. Visual arts. Again, when you go to Tech High School, going in, I love how the setup is. When you go to the cafeteria, I can see what it looks like to be in a pottery class, and I can see what it looks like to be in an art class, and I see that student work displayed in those spaces. Right now, our visual arts, we have two classrooms. The one classroom has all the storage, has everything that teacher needs, all inclusive in one space. So it's tucked away in our 900 wing in the back corner of the building. So unless that door happens to be open and you can pop in and see all the amazing things that are happening there, it's hidden. It's a hidden gem. There's some amazing things happening there, but we really want to look at that and bring that to the forefront so students can see what's happening in all of our art classes and be able to put that art on display and finding ways to do that. Our physical education spaces, I guess I'll give it, I can give a real life example. Yesterday I walked through the gym as I was getting my coat for the end of the day to pop in and see what was happening there. We had some really intense games of floor hockey happening in the gym. Watched that for a little bit, but with the space and not having the same, the fourth gym as Tech does, then I walked in and we have another class running the mile outside in our cafe, not outside, but outside of the gym space, running through the cafeteria as custodians are trying to clean. and everyone being respectful of each other, but it just wasn't the right setup or the right space. And having that addition of that fourth gym, not only for our 3 physical education teachers to be able to teach those classes in those independent spaces, but for supporting our Crush Girls basketball team, our Apollo basketball team when winter activities are happening. There is a space issue. We have kids that are sitting and waiting till 6:30 to start, and being able to get kids into what they do and what they love and get them home by 6 o'clock is just overall beneficial for them and for their education. Our science classes, again, are very much original to the building, to the point where many of the classes have accordion doors that share between them. So if you wanted to, which they don't, they're not even really functional anymore, you could open that up into a larger space. And that's an original concept to the building, but not something that we're doing right now. The biggest concern with the science space would be it's not flexible. What's happening in different rooms is very much, for example, where the gas plugins are to be able to do a chemistry lesson and something like that. There's only 2 spaces that can do that. And when we look at, when we look at tech and how that was built, it was any science teacher has the flexibility to move in those different spaces and to truly use the collaboration spaces as the teachers to be able to complete those lessons. So we would look to be doing something, if possible, similar there to be able to make those spaces much more flexible for the needs of our learners. And then special education is all about accessibility. We have a special ed kitchen where students can do real life opportunities. Those the appliances in there are worn. The setup is not conducive for all students. We do have some, looking at the special education bathroom there as far as accessibility. We could really, it meets what it needs to do, but we need to make sure that we're providing a true opportunity for all of our special education students. And those spaces, they could just be better to meet those needs and help those learners with their unique specific needs.
All right. Good afternoon, School Board Chair Haas, school board members, Dr. Putnam. I haven't seen this group in a while, and I haven't been in front of this group in a while, so it's good to see everybody. I think Justin hit it. One of the things, Apollo Tech, we have a rivalry, but here's our commonality. We know all our students deserve a quality education in a state-of-the-art facility. Right? And so how do we make that happen with additions and enhancements to Apollo? Being at Tech High School for 3 years, we've learned a lot of things. And I think one of the things specifically for this board is you have something right here within our school community that's state-of-the-art at Tech High School. We have folks that come from all over around the state that might want to pop in and see. Let me see the floor plan that comes to Tech High School. I had Princeton come. I had some folks from other central areas in Minnesota. They want to see what Tech High School around the facilities. And so I know when we passed the referendum last time for Tech High School, we went down the street at Alexandria. We have the state-of-the-art facility right now in central Minnesota. Folks want to be that. And so we've learned how do we help our school on the other side with Apollo and making sure those students have the quality, best facilities. We learned as we look at education moving forward and how learning occurs, specifically with our teachers, right? So teacher collaboration, how do we learn? How do we work together? How do we look at practice? And some of the things we've learned is if I have an area set up in the building for us to sit and talk around practice, right? Let's look at the medical field. You get folks that come around the table and say, hey, here's a problem. Let's look for solutions. It helps when you have that within your day-to-day world, right, where I could talk to my peers. And we're growing into it. We've been learning on the go, but that's a good place for us to be and for a teacher to have. I could talk to my colleague. I could talk about what I see as we prepare our students around learning. On the other end, we have some good things around students learning collaboratively, right? We know students learn individually or within groups. And so we have medium group rooms outside the classroom. So if I'm in my classroom, I can see the small group working right out. I got eye shot out of them, right? When you teach appropriateness, how to work in small group, how to work in the team, we're setting our students up for how we prepare them for in the workforce, right? Unless I go into a field that I'm gonna work by myself, isolated. But we all know we have to teach our students how to work amongst one another in teams. And so that collaboration space for students and teachers is ideal around where we're going and how we continue to help students learn at a high level. Visibility of learning spaces. If you've been in tech and I haven't seen any, I'm inviting everybody to come whenever, call, email, say, hey, the visibility really brings the eye catch to learning, right? I could walk in that building, I could see visual arts. Here's a display of all the artwork, right? That's going to grab, it's like you walking down Michigan Avenue, if you ever go to Chicago and you see the Macy's window, right? You can see learning occurring right there, and that grabs folks. And it might make a light bulb go on for certain students, right? And so the high visibility is one of the best assets around that. In our specifically our school community, when stakeholders come in, culinary, I can go in and see the kitchen. It may look like a restaurant. Our students have day-to-day real-life experience, and we had a chili cook-off not too long ago, and our folks were there system-wide, and our kids were cooking for them, right? You can get a safe serve certificate, right? And so using those things. In all our CTE areas, you can walk around, you can look at the Tiger Bill. Our students can see hands-on learning right there in front of them and what we've learned. Two, like Justin said, when we go in the healthcare fields, you see the medical beds. I've sit and watched students take blood pressure in the EMT classes specifically. All students deserve this. I think we've learned a lot in those high visibility spaces. I can go down to robotics. I can look at automotives. I was laughing with the kids the other day because before the snow, right, small engine. If I don't know how to work a lawnmower or snowblower, that's a skill that I can teach you. If you're gonna have one, I can go down to ACE, you can make some money. So why not all of our kids having these experiences? And so those high visibility spaces for us, we want that to be on the other side of town at Apollo, and we've learned a lot from it. Some of the things that we want to, you would reconsider is also on the downside of visibility, right? You can see everything, right? But I think we've learned how the glass, you don't need so much glass, and you can create some privacy within that. But those are the things. The downside is the visibility. It's a positive as well. And then when we leave and exit, we have one exit that everybody leaves out, right? When you see 1,500 students heading in one direction, we wanted to give a different feel where you can go out multiple spaces. Not many I think we have 40 doors, but when they leave, it's one door that we specifically go out, and that's something you want to look at. And then just the restrooms has been a big one, just even in the new facility. How do you get the restroom configuration right for our students? You got young adults in that piece. And so those are some of the things that you want to reconsider around that. I'll just add one other thing because I feel Ryan in the back. Just around that collaboration space, I think the facility, when you look at it, we're looking 10 years down the line how learning is going to look, right? How's it going to occur? Kids are going to work more independently. We have a blended learning pieces of it. Our facility brings those things, and that enhancement to Apollo will bring the same thing. Specifically we're going to go to online. If a student that needs to sit and learn, we have multiple spaces in that. And that's just preparing our students for post-secondary options right now. And so I think just in that, all our kids deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation or the conversation. So two things that you mentioned, Jason. So can you clarify more what you're saying about the one exit? So you want multiple exits for leaving the school at the end? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, specifically for when you look at the enhancement for Apollo, you don't want it to go into one door that everybody leaves, right?
Yeah.
We look at flow and patterns of a school. And so one of the things that we've learned over time is that one straight release is not in the best interest of safety. You might want to look at multiple ways where kids exit around that design.
And is that something that you're also working for your school? Or is too late?
Yeah, it's too late right now, but I think we've monitored of how it looks, right? If we could do it over again, yeah, we wouldn't want to do that. But we've adjusted on how we supervise, how our staff are out in that piece of it. But no, I wouldn't suggest anybody have one exit on that. But we've monitored it around adult supervision and how that looks.
And the other thing was that you didn't mention when Jason was talking about collaboration, one thing that you didn't mention in your needs for Apollo is electric plugins. And I'm wondering, how are you having, like, what are you hearing from your students? Do they have a place to charge their phone, computers, and everything else, and places to work on? And you didn't talk about that at all.
Yep, thank you. And I want to clarify on that. So when we were talking about that specifically with in our CTE area, and more specifically our culinary arts. So right now that classroom, and I'm not going to go into the details because I don't want to offend any electricians, but I know as far as like the wattage and the volts, there's for example, a dishwasher that we have that we can't, because just wiring that in would be such an expense that it wouldn't be fiscally responsible to do that at this time. So those are some things that when looking at that, having that designated culinary space, it's such a large project, it would have to be tied into a larger project like this for it to make sense to do that. But for us to do that as a one-off, it would not be fiscally responsible to do that.
What about the needs for electric wiring in the rest of the school?
We do have some needs down in our technical education area as well that would be addressed in a referendum. But again, there's not as pressing of a need as we have right now in the culinary arts area. Even with what we currently have right now, fuses are being blown daily, so we definitely can't add anything to that.
I think another part of that wondering is at Tech, there are outlets and chargers everywhere, because we know our students' learning happens here now. And so I think there's like 3 to 1.
Yes.
So Justin, does that create problems for learning at this point for you guys? Monica, is that also a wondering?
It does, and we've started to address that, and I know when we talk about this next slide, improvements completed, some of the things that we have done with some one-time money is we were able to bring new furniture into the cafeteria and bring new furniture into our media center, and by doing that, we were very intentional to make sure that we got desks that had plugins, and not just plugins, but the USB chargers. So we're starting to see that, because once we were so blessed to go one-to-one with our students, that's one thing instantly. Right now, I have a leadership team meeting at 3:30 with our leaders of our departments, and we're talking about chargers and what our next step is, because computers are great, but when kids are not having the chargers, and how we're going to continue to move on with that. So I think chargers, along with the ability to do that, because that's some things our teachers are talking about now, is can we do power strips with charger and all these things that we need that would be addressed with this. So absolutely.
Right, that's a good segue into what we have been able to do. In the opening slide, Dr. Putnam talked about being good stewards of the public dollar, and as you take a look at the improvements that we've been able to make at Apollo since the referendum did not pass, we've been able to use funding streams that qualify for some of these expenses, whether it be LTFM or ESSER dollars or a variety. And so we just started making a list of the types of things that we've been able to do over the past 6 years. The HVAC project, we're in the process. There's more work this summer. We'll have some the following summer as well. Same with roofing. We've been able to continue that. We just talked a little bit about the furniture. We're able to replace furniture in the cafeteria, media center, and the classroom. And on that wiring piece, even though this furniture does have that capability, you still have to get the electrical and the Wi-Fi to that table. And so we still we were able to do some improvements to the ball fields, both softball and the baseball field. There's a senior lounge where the lockers used to be over by the commons. Students don't use lockers like they used to, and that space has been repurposed. The gym has had some improvements to the gym floor and the bleachers. Justin had mentioned some enhancements to the theater area with the soundboard and microphones. We have the stadium project coming up this summer. That's a substantial upgrade. We've been able to do some things with classroom technology to make the classrooms look more like some of the classrooms over at Tech. And we'll be putting in a digital sign this summer too. And these are all with funds that qualify for this type of funding. But when we start talking referendum, some of those areas, we just don't have the funding for that.
We believe strongly, and we believe that these folks have presented a really good case for the Apollo referendum, and we made that commitment to this community. So that is absolutely our priority when we look at going out to ask the public for funding. We want and we need that facilities those facilities to be renovated and made appropriate for learning. We also, based on some of the conversation that we talked about this morning with some challenges to our P8 facilities, want to bring to this board that the possibility that we could ask two questions, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but that the second question really encompasses a cradle to career look at our facilities and needs in this district. We know that we need preschool space. We already have significant wait lists, and the return on investment, as I said earlier, in that early childhood is unprecedented in any other dollar spent as students age. And so we want to have all of those students in our preschools who want to be there. And so we would be looking to add or remodel to provide additional space for Talahi, Madison, and Oak Hill. For the career readiness conversation that you heard from Kay, we would do some renovations to Kennedy North and South, including the spaces seen there, and then some additional rooms at McKinley for some health career labs and CTE spaces. Unfortunately, our McKinley High School students do not get access to the same opportunities that happen at Apollo and Tech. And while we understand it's a smaller school, we do know that those students also need to be fully prepared to be contributing members of our workforce, and they need access to the learning and the facilities to do that. So we would ask, there we go. So our offer or our consideration for you is to ask two questions, where one is the primary question, and that is the Apollo referendum. Amy will talk more about cost shortly. And then the question two would be the cradle to career additions, where one must pass before two could be considered. It's a similar model to what was used in 2017. Here's a look at the referendum timing. Administration's first choice would be this November 2023. And then there's some of the things that we're considering and that we would ask you to also consider, that while there are definitely likelihoods of some state tax breaks, potentially around Social Security or other things, we also know that there will be some increased funding for schools, and people may expect that the increased funding that we receive go to that, maybe not being aware that we have a $12 million cross-subsidy deficit for special education, and a significant EL cross-subsidy also, which is pulling out of the general fund and what we're able to offer our students that other districts are able to do. Although it's unlikely at this time, is my understanding, there's a possibility of a county sales tax. I don't know, that certainly isn't something that we get to decide upon, but just that awareness. And we also know that negotiations could be going on. I have absolute hope that Tracy and our team and our bargaining units will wrap up negotiations well before that November date. But in the event that it does not happen, the awareness that could be happening. And then if we did pass, or when we pass, in November of 2023, we would have a fall 2027 open date. that November election date gives us some opportunities, as you can see on the screen, for some special elections, February, April, May. We would not want to look at that August date because it doesn't help us a whole lot in terms of timing, because anything after that May would put us into an open 2028 date. So our second choice was probably that November 2024, though that is certainly something that we would want.
All right, we will transition into talking about cost and funding. And I do have a handout that I'll pass out. It is in your board packet, but the numbers are really, really tiny. And so sometimes having that written copy is just a little bit easier. It's not any bigger, I know, but you can like bring it closer to your face better than the screen. So two things we're going to talk about. Well, maybe the screen is better. You can zoom it in. So you have both options. I know. I will have a summary on the screen in a moment at a particular price point, so we can just look at kind of a mid-price point. But there's two things really to talk about in terms of decisions that would need to be made by the board at some point. The first is the way we issue the debt. There's two options. I'll explain that in a minute. And then the second is the tax impact. So the first piece to discuss is whether we utilize a level debt option or what we call a wrapped debt option. So there's two visuals here on the screen. What you see on the blue bar is on the bottom is our existing debt. That is all of the debt that the district currently has. And you'll see that there's a small portion that drops off there at about 2035 in the middle. And then 2 years after that, there's a large drop off, which is when the current tech bond is fully repaid. So under a level debt option, you keep the new issuance having fixed monthly or fixed annual payments, just like you would if you were to go purchase a car or a home for yourself. Typically, those are set up on a level debt structure. When we do that, there is an end result down the road in significant tax reductions when those other issuances drop off. The other option, which we call a wrap debt option, is to utilize that existing levy authority when those previously approved bonds that were approved in the past, when those drop off, then the principal and interest payments on this new issuance are larger on the back end, basically to take that place and to just keep the tax, the levy level throughout the life of the bond. The wrap debt option is what was done at Tech. That is how the Tech bonds were issued. There was a drop off during the life of that for the Kennedy bond. And so when the Kennedy bond that was approved gets fully repaid, which is, I believe, 4 years out into the future, that bond drops off and the Tech bond payments increase accordingly. So those are the two options. Administration's recommendation based on past practice and being able to maximize financial resources would be to explore the wrap debt option. And so that's what's passed out in front of you. The tax impact spreadsheets for both options are in the packet. But I'm going to focus on the wrapped debt as we transition to talking about the tax impact. So just as a summary, this is the tax impact on a $250,000 home under the wrapped debt option at various price points. And so you can see, and just for informational purposes, we kind of wanted to look at a range. So starting at that 50 million, it would be about $24. These are annual, so $24 per year for a $250,000 home. And then going up to a $90 million referendum would be about $95 or $96. Just to put that into perspective comparatively, when we look back at the previous referendum for Tech and Apollo, when we had two questions, the tax impact for question 1 for Tech on a $200,000 home, which is really what we want to use if we're trying to sort of compare apples to apples, given what's happened with valuations. So if we look at what that tax impact was back then on a $200,000 home, we were looking at $155 per year for just question 1 for Tech. Question 2 for Apollo was an additional $68 per year for a total of $223. So you see these, as far as tax impact goes, significantly less than when we were looking at then.
So our next steps would be for the board to consider the Apollo referendum. If your thoughts about that, if you were in agreement that that would be something you wanted to take forward, that the course of those referendum questions, we offered a couple options there. Decide what you would want to be looking at for a tax impact, and then to think about those priority dates for election. And again, this is not a time for decisions. This is a time for discussion, so that we can understand what more information you might need, what questions or concerns you might have, so that we can come back to you in the future.
Okay, anybody want to jump in? Scott. Love it. Okay, Scott.
Okay, over to Apollo, I attended the SME Prime, and it was way back where it certainly wasn't in an area where you could observe what was going on. The equipment was wonderful, what they've provided you with that grant. But how do we get everybody in there to use it?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. We've had this opportunity, and I think with what Principal Harris said, it's finding that combination of visibility and taking what we've learned, from tech and how much visibility. But I know that would be an emphasis that we would have in using that model. And when you're seeing the newer schools and what learning looks like now, is not only are we seeing what's happening but if we think about that space that you had a chance to see, how could we do that differently, where if a teacher could have students in that classroom space where we were, but then with creating the visibility to see through and be able to watch kids working and be able to do both at the same time, but not only within the classroom, how do we open that up from that hallway? Because as you're walking towards, if you're in that space, you wouldn't know it. To your immediate right, there's amazing visual arts happening. To your immediate left, we have kids that are making yearbooks, and we have kids that are welding and it's all just very, very much behind closed doors. So I think our responsibility, if we move forward with this, would be, how do we open that up? How do we see that? How do we, if it's moving things or reconfiguring things to make it so kids are seeing that every day and know that it's there?
Okay, now, we had an architect do a design back how many referendums ago. Is that still applicable, what you're going to do? Or you're going to get a new architect, do a new design, or what's?
I can touch on that. So our intention would be to continue with the existing architect. There's some cost savings to do that. That will come forward to Board Finance Committee to kind of finalize those details in terms of next steps at the February meeting. But that would be the intention, because there is a lot, to your point, there were drawings, there were plans. Now, whether those drawings and plans are what we would move forward with, that's still a conversation. Part of that will be driven by the next item, right, that taxpayer cost tolerance, because the existing plans come with a fixed price tag. And if that dollar amount isn't something that the board feels like the tax impact is appropriate for, then there may have to be revisions. And there's pieces in that plan that don't take into consideration yet some of those things that we discussed that we might do differently from tech. The restrooms is a good example. There would be changes that we'd want to make there. Lockers is another example. Those drawings still have hundreds of lockers that are not going to be used, right? So there's a number of things that we would want to address, and we'd sort of want to go through that process to fine tune that. But that will have to be driven and determined once a dollar amount would be set.
Do those plans already have the visual show that you want to put on there?
So they're really not to that level of detail, right, in terms of where some of it is, and some of it has more visibility than we may want. Again, because those were really done parallel to the tech plans.
Right.
And so all of that would be addressed. Changing those sorts of things don't drastically impact the price point. Adding walls, taking down walls, additions, those are really the things that are going to drive the price. If you're moving a wall, whether you're putting up, a new solid wall or a new glass wall, doesn't, significantly change the price. So those would be details that we'd be working out later, obviously with the intention of creating high visibility into those spaces.
Are we at the point yet where we have some idea what this is going to cost? Or is it, plans have to be farther done?
So we have an idea of what the existing plans would have cost pre-COVID inflation. So we have some estimates that the plans that were out there maybe would have been somewhere in the $70 million range if we compare to kind of what we were looking at in terms of creating an equivalent to what tech has. Now, again, that's going to whether or not that's something that we can have an appetite for will be a discussion. And then we won't be at a point where we can really get updated pricing until we bring a construction manager on board. And so that would be part of that conversation at Board Finance in February as well, in terms of, if there's in terms of next steps moving forward, that will be the next step in the process so that we can get better pricing.
Okay, but some of this stuff has already been done now. Some of that was in the original.
Correct, yes. So there are pieces of that original estimate that we've already done, but on the flip side to that, we've also seen some significant construction increases that might offset some of that. And so we're not at a point where we're really comfortable saying what those existing plans would cost. We need a construction manager to be able to do that.
Okay, we had a couple of board members get elected on gymnastics gyms that weren't built at Tech. Are we looking at gymnastics at Apollo?
So the current plans did not. We have a 10-year lease that we have signed for the gymnastics facility, and we are only in the second, I believe, or maybe third year of that lease. And so from a facility standpoint, we have a long-term commitment for that space. And so the intention as of right now would be to continue having the program housed at that external facility.
Okay. Now you had a reason for choosing between two different debt. One was the wrap debt, that seemed to be what you wanted. What is the interest impact? We're keeping our old debt because it's cheaper, I would think. We bought it.
So it doesn't change anything. Neither option changes or refinances or pays off early any of the old debt. The old debt doesn't functionally change. What it does is it takes the payments on the new debt and has them, I don't want to use the word balloon payment, right, because that has some negative connotations when we talk about the financial market, but that's kind of the similar concept, is that the payments start out smaller, and then over time, as you have existing debt drop off, those payments get larger. And so it really just kind of takes the place of that and fills that hole so that your total debt and your total levy stay flat across the years. Otherwise, what you see is a significant tax decrease when those old issuances are repaid and drop off.
Okay, and your preference is for the wrap debt then?
Yes, the wrap debt option allows for the ability to have the smallest impact to taxpayers.
Okay. I think at one time we had hired a firm that was giving a recommendation as to when to run referendums. And when I was a delegate to the MSBA, and that same firm was giving their pitch there, and they had talked about not doing referendums during the summer because people that use the facility, the parents of kids, they're out of town. They've recommended we do referendums during the school year. I like your idea of doing them in November. I think it's a good timing. It's still warm enough for people to get out and put signs up or whatever. But we're looking at 2 possible years, this year and next year then, 23 and 24.
Yes, but if we're going to do it, we're going to do it and be successful. So the 2023.
Okay, now we did a vote on polling places a while ago, and I think that we chose not to do.
Yep. I think, just to clarify, that there's an election that has to be made if you're going to consolidate polling places for the next calendar year. And so the decision was to not consolidate polling places in the event that we were to have a referendum. We certainly wouldn't want to be limiting the polling places. We had done that once in the past. It was a lot of confusion. And so we certainly have no interest in wanting to do that. Again, that would not be an issue when we look at 2024 because that's a general election, and so it would be all polling places anyway.
Okay, so we made the right decision on that.
Yes.
Okay, now this would be a special election then?
No, so that would be the general, it would be a standalone election, but it would follow the general election timeline. So part of that depends on whether there would be other questions on the ballot, but there wouldn't be, any regular kind of office elections. But that's not to say that other entities, cities or counties, may not be planning to have something. Things can always come up, right? There can always be vacant city council seats. I mean, we don't know that for sure, but it is not a general election year.
Okay, so there's a good chance the election,
Potentially, correct.
but then we might too.
Correct.
Okay. I'll pass for now. I'll think of more.
What was the tech ask, the referendum?
The dollar amount?
Yeah.
So it was 104.5.
And we're asking, we don't know.
We don't know. The pricing was put up there anywhere from 50 to 90, just to get a sense of kind of that range and where that tax impact might be. We don't suspect that we can do anything less than 50 and really truly create a facility that meets the needs that we just discussed. And we may find when we go to a construction manager that we can't at 50 either, right? We aren't at that point yet to get pricing. And we just wanted to be able to give kind of a range of options.
I have this old house, and anytime I do any remodeling, I swear if I just knocked it over and started over, it would be cheaper. And every time I remove something, oh, there's a can of worms. And so, not that I'm implying something, but wouldn't it be easier just to knock it over and build?
Easier potentially, right? It gives you a blank slate. Whether that's something that would be considered fiscally responsible, particularly with what's happened with construction costs, probably not. That 104 million that we had then is probably 120 to 130 million today. The construction costs have just gone really astronomically through the roof. And so that is certainly not a recommendation that we're making, but it does give you more options, right? It gives you a clean slate. However, Apollo is very conducive to renovating. It has good structure. It has a lot of flexibility when we look at renovating. The architects are actually generally very, very happy with how flexible it is and that there's not a lot of random load-bearing walls or weird configuration. When we looked at the old tech, to try to renovate that is a very different story than trying to renovate Apollo. It really is a good kind of exterior structure and has good bones, it's just not suitable for the learning in this environment.
Yeah, thank you. I love the visibility at Tech, and it just has this wow factor. So when we're spending this money, is that possible that your alumni are going to walk in and go, wow, this is amazing what you did to this place?
I think if we are able to proceed, that's the plan. That's the goal. We have to find a way to do that inside and out to when we're looking at that to provide when we talk about that same experience for all of our kids. We want in 2027 people to walk in the door and say, wow, I remember what this used to be. And this is such an amazing place for kids to learn for the next 50 years.
Okay, you were talking about having a referendum on two items. One was Apollo and the other was fixing up a whole variety of schools. What's that second one going to cost us? Any idea? Fixing up all the...
So we aren't to that point, right? We haven't engaged architects or construction managers to get costs to where we would know. Part of that depends on layout. Some buildings, like we talked about this morning, lend themselves better to having space for additions. Others may, have to have remodeling. And so that would have to be a conversation. And again, part of that comes back to that taxpayer cost tolerance discussion. It may be that we say, if this is what our tax impact is that we're comfortable with, then we work backwards from there in terms of what we can and cannot do and how much would need to be allocated.
Okay, in the past elections, or past referendums, one of the reasons that Apollo kept failing was that people were given the option either or both. And the option was Tech, not Apollo. Because now you're doing a 1+1 approach on this?
No, it would be a 1 must pass for 2 to be considered.
That's what yeah, okay. And that's eventually what got Tech passed too, I think, wasn't it? A 1+1?
Correct. The first referendum that we brought forward had them combined as one question with some other things, controlled entrances and some other things, and that referendum failed. And so the second referendum, when we brought that back, was when it was split into 2.
Right. Okay.
So I would just like to say for the record that my youngest child graduates 1 year before this would happen. So thanks a lot. But they'll come back and say, wow. So that'll be the goal, right? So if we only do number 1, what would there be other options for paying for number 2 that we have thought of already, or would we eventually have to come back for a referendum on that?
So the answer to that really is, it depends. As of today, the answer to that question is no. We would have no other funding stream. Now, what might come out of this legislative session may give us, right? If there's is particularly for the pre-K, some of the other areas where we look at CTE spaces at McKinley, the likelihood of there being any significant change in legislation that would open up the door for funding options for that is slim. There haven't been any bills introduced to date that would give us any other options. But the pre-K potentially, but that's not a guarantee. And so none of those items are eligible for LTFM. Preschool remodeling can be, but it's a very narrow window into LTFM. It requires approval from MDE, and it usually, you have to have kind of no functional space, right? You can't have any room in your building that could work. So if you have an existing kindergarten room with a bathroom that meets the requirements, they're generally going to say, well, you have an adequate facility, use that for preschool, and move things around. So I haven't personally seen very many districts who've gotten approval and have pursued using the LTFM funds for preschool remodeling, and you cannot use it for an addition. There's no window within current LTFM authority for that. But there may be bills that become introduced, because if the state ends up adding significant funding to expand preschool, there are a lot of districts, just like us, all over the state, who are going to have significant facility needs.
Okay, one other follow-up question. So, I mean, I totally understand. I think everybody sitting around this table understands why number 2 is a thing, like 100%. And at the same time, the community perception of it, I think, is what is worth talking about. Like I think everyone in the community knows we need to revamp Apollo. So then it's the education to the community of why these other things as well, and will that take away from the likelihood of Apollo to pass? Because obviously Apollo is the main thing that really needs to pass. So I know everybody, again, sitting in this table has thought of that, but just putting that out there, like, what have we learned from the one question versus the 2 questions? And then, what did it do to our community to have one side pass and the other side not pass? And if, my child goes to McKinley and this is on the docket and then it doesn't pass, then they feel the same way Apollo did. And so just more community perception concerns is what I have. Not that you have answers to that, but just putting them on the table.
So, no, I got stuck with the community perceptions thing. You have been, can you, Amy, please talk a little bit more about the recent renovations or actually not renovations, but work that has happened in Apollo? There were things that were included before in the previous referendum, and there are things that we found other ways to fund. And I'd like you to speak a little bit more about those things and things that we have, those improvements that we have done, that we have been able to use LTML.
Yeah, so I can recap. There's really 2 sort of, there's LTFM funds that were used for the HVAC and the roofing, the gym improvements that Gary mentioned were part of that. Those were eligible for LTFM based on kind of the age of the original that was in there. And then we've used one-time funding, primarily ESSER funding, for a lot of those other improvements, the classroom technology and furniture, the upcoming stadium improvements, the digital sign, all of those things that we've done or are doing. Right? Some of those are still coming this spring and summer, but those are all things that have been done out of those one-time funds. But we've really hit kind of that point of we either have no more one-time funds, or we're really just at the point where pretty much anything else that needs to be done doesn't qualify. And so we've been very intentional to maximize that funding and to do the things that we can kind of separate and pull out and can utilize existing funding options for. But when we start looking at a lot of those instructional pieces that Justin talked about, those really require significant either relocation of programs within the buildings, and those just simply aren't things that there's any existing funding source to do.
Thank you. The other question that I have is for Lori. When Willie was doing the referendum for Apollo, he had a group of community members that was kind of an advisory committee or a group of that. And I was just wondering, are you working with the same group, different group? How are you working with our community about that, and what are thoughts you have from that?
Once I understand the board's interest in moving forward, I would convene that a similar group. Certainly, I'll extend invitations to most of them. Some of them have left or passed on into so I would certainly reach out to them and then bring in some new people as well. We've seen some chamber leadership turnover. The GSDC leadership is turning over. Rotary, of course, changes. So I have very intentionally, for a variety of reasons, built connections with groups such as that, as well as some of our civic organizations, our faith communities, families. All of those key stakeholders would be part of this conversation as well.
So a follow-up of that, how do you, if you have any perception right now of the community appetite for understanding and the work that needs to happen? So what are you hearing, or anybody, maybe you too, about what the community is asking, seeing, and now that, and how much has our community changed? I mean, we had a pandemic in the middle. We have a lot of moving here, and there are moving pieces. So I'm wondering about those perspectives.
I can share that when I'm out at meetings like that, people will ask me. I think it has been a question on almost every radio interview I've done is what is our intention? And so I believe that the public is wondering what's next, since we have said this is something that, in past boards, right? I'm not putting it on this board, but past boards have said that they are committed to it. When I'm talking with employers, because we have a career advisory council made up of employers, they are very, very interested in seeing this go forward because they want a robust, prepared workforce. And know that this is a vital element of that. I think we have to, consider carefully the tax impact, right? We know that the pandemic and its aftermath has not been hit all of our families equally, and so being really thoughtful about what this community is able and well ready to afford. I do have hopes that some of those tax breaks ideally coming from the legislature, will provide some of our families some tax relief. And certainly not that we want to take that, but some of for the amount of work and renovations that we can do compared to the monthly impact is really significant to our students, families in this community.
I have some questions about preschool, and maybe it's a Zach question. I don't know. Is preschool funding a very likely possibility that this is, or is it like, that dropped down in the priorities of what's being discussed right now? And what kind of timeline, when would we know if something is?
May. You can't guarantee you'll know anything until May. And sometimes it hasn't been May, sometimes it goes into special session with June. Nobody thinks that we're going to end up in special session, but it could very well be May.
But I haven't heard much talk. I've heard a lot of talk about other things, but I haven't heard a lot of murmur about preschool funding. Am I sort of?
The governor's proposal is down.
That's what I thought. Okay.
The House has the power, and they have long been hammering away on funding the pre-K stuff. Governor Davis is the one thing he needs. So it's possible. I think it would be phased plan something.
So,
Still, the space is good.
right, so then we already have people on wait lists, and if we actually have funding for those people, then now we're in this space crunch, and now we made it a 2 question, and it's sort of out there dangling dangerously.
We would have to come back, right? That's long term, that is going to.
Right, absent some sort of legislative authority, yes, that.
And just that, well, see the crisis first, like, there are fewer and fewer, it's more expensive, and this is a more attractive option long term. Eventually, we're gonna have to.
What's the decision timeline if we were headed to November 23? We decide by what? When's the deadline?
To get moving with hiring a construction manager, and would have to talk with board finance about those, some of the plans, and some of it will, I can't give you an exact timeline at this point because we need to hear from from those other people and know that this is the direction you want us to move forward in exploring. And then we would come back to you in a couple months and be able to, or a month or so, and be able to update you on some of those questions about timing. And I think we do need to hear or see what comes out of the legislature. We know that certainly we'd want to, if we were moving forward for November, we'd certainly want to get started in July with information sharing with our public.
Zach and then Natalie.
The deadline and when you have to have the question, right, is that not July 1st? So we would have to have everything ready to go, including the language submitted by a certain date, and they can kick it back, and then you have to redo it. We've learned that, and we'll fix it.
So I believe it's August is the last day to actually call the resolution. It would have to be no later than one of the August board meetings. However, the review and comment to the Department of Education is usually needing to get in about that July timeframe. And in order to do that, you have to have those preliminary drawings. So, in terms of bringing on a construction manager and moving forward with changing design, we would be at a point where we would need to know, are we moving forward? What is that budget? What is that cost target that we're looking at, so that there would be time to make architectural revisions, provide costing, and prepare the necessary review and comments to submit over the summer.
What have we learned in the past about a 23 versus a 24? A general election versus a non-general election. You know what I mean? The timing of that, like what works in our favor? Like what's the pros and cons list for both?
I think
Amy? Everything's Amy. You have all the
I wasn't
answers.
involved personally last time, so I don't, other than voting myself. I'm a resident, but I wasn't in the position at the time we did the last referendums. I, moved into the position after referendum was approved. So I can't really speak to the history very well.
We have seen that general has worked better in this district, right? Financial elections like this are so community specific, and it's what I wrote up my dissertation on. So it's a topic I love very much. So it's very community specific, but when we do have, it's in the board packet, I think the history of all of the financial elections that this district has attempted since in the 90s, and we have seen the November general elections. When we are doing special elections, sometimes that depends on the level of support or detractors, and there's always some question about accessibility or transparency. And so I know this board has been committed to being really clear and transparent about their decision making and their engagement with the public. And so I think for those reasons, that November timeline has been most successful here. In other districts, that may not be the case, and they may find that April works best, but here it's been November.
It's been presidential years.
That's what I mean is 23 versus 24. Maybe board members that have been in that time frame know something?
What's that?
What did you find because you've been through both referendums as part of the board or just one?
No, I've been through both. Presidential years tended to work better for us, I think, because there's a much stronger college turnout.
Which doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, which doesn't exist.
True.
And also that we've had referendums in off years, not in November, and they just tanked. So, I mean, I think community specific, this is different. Pretty much everybody in this community knows Apollo, right, is specific, much different than the other questions we've asked. Operating levies, money for computers. This is really clear and specific, so it would be different. I don't think it's comparable to anything we've done in the past.
That was my concern. Why? Okay, that was my concern about 2 questions. Like, I think if, I can just say me as 1/7 of the board, I think that if we're going to do November 23, which I think the community is ready for, 1 question. I don't think there's enough time or enough, like, there'd have to be, again, that education around the future of understand the CTE thing, but not, I don't think our whole community will understand it like we do. So that would be my 2 cents, is that if we're doing 23, that we just do Apollo.
Okay, Monica and then Zach.
So the, again, what I was going to ask. Let me go back to what I was thinking. Oh, in terms of the deadline. So, yeah, you answered the deadline in terms of this is the requirement, this is when we need to do this, this is the last chance for us for it. But I kind of want to direct this question to Tammy in terms of deadline, because I wanted to hear what was a good time to have what type of decision. I mean, I get that there are decisions that we want. Okay, let me rephrase this. We need to start talking about this. We need to start campaigning. What do you need to start that? And what is your recommendation about when do we need to start that part? Really, what kind of tell us a little bit more about phases. That there is a public phase, there is a phase that is kind of more in research, which is where we are at. I know you're not ready for this, and I'm taking you out of the blue, but you were pretty much part of the referendum, so maybe you can tell us.
No, will you go on the microphone?
Yes, I was a part of both of the other referendums. And what I would say in general is as soon as the agreement of going forward is understood, that's when we go to work, because it is an education campaign. And someone, maybe Natalie, someone at the board's already said that. There's a huge education component. And usually there's a research stage of this also. Now, because we have gone for this referendum or a version of this referendum before, a lot of that research has already been done. So it's a little bit of a balancing act, but especially if the decision is for 23, we would be all systems go on communication and education as soon as an agreement is decided. Helpful?
Can we get a clarification on, though, that the school district's role, we're not.
Education.
Thank
We
you.
cannot advocate for a vote. That's the law.
The why, what we're asking for to vote.
Absolutely. That's part of the education, why this is so important to our community. Absolutely. But we cannot ask for a vote. It's a very careful thing.
Yeah, but we have to respond questions. We have to tell people are going to ask us, what am I going to pay in taxes? And that's an answer that we should have. And I don't know, there might be other questions there, might be other people that address them, but that education piece is my concern, and I think, so I was also asking, are there phases of that, like not campaign, but are there phases of information that is going to be put out there, or how does that work?
Yeah, we would have an entire timeline for the campaign, what goes up on the website. There's a public, and that's where Amy and I would be on the same page. There's a public timeline. The review and comment is a legal timeline. Yeah, it is a very measured.
And what do we need to, so can we do any of this, any of these, I don't know, information? I mean, this is a public meeting. People are going to be asking tomorrow about it. Are you going to do this? So what do we do at this point? And is it possible, is part of that information piece to be telling people what we're doing right now, and when are we going to make decisions based on legal requirements or other sources of funding? or the information that we require? Is that part of what you will be considering? Is that something into the plan that you're going to start working yesterday because you already knew that you will have this meeting, or?
It's, if media were here, for example, today, the story would be, hey, St. Cloud Area School Board is talking about the Apollo referendum, and they're talking about it as early as November 23. What we will start messaging out, it is really dependent on how the board decides to proceed. Because the last thing we want is confusing information. Will it be 23? Will it be 24? Right? We need to know. We have to have direction, and then we'll make sure that our communication's very clear.
Got it.
Is that helpful?
Yes, it is very helpful. Thank you. So based on the information that we have right now, I like to advocate for November the 23rd because we haven't. I know that community. I mean, I'm wanted to advocate that, but I wanted to know more about what other people think about that. The community. There is most, like answering your question, Natalie. There's just more people voting in general elections. Period. There are more people voting, and there is more work in getting out the vote, and there are more work from different community groups in information. So the other side of it is that there will be a specific work done by communities that we have nothing to do with about getting out the vote, yes or no, for this election. Very specific about this. So it will become a topic if we put it on the 23rd. I'm advocating for it because I kind of want to trust that the community wants this and will be supporting it. But we probably will know very soon if I am wrong about that or not. With putting it there. But I do think that the other things that Amy put here in the slide kind of await also in the reasons that she was giving us, or I don't know who put them here, but
I'm going to go back.
I found them, but yeah, put them, please. So, the likelihood of state tax breaks, perception of increased funding for schools. We're talking so much about schools lately. It can go either way, but I wanted to be positive and think that because of the conversations that we're having in our communities about schools, I don't really think that it's going to change the perception that people have from one year to another. But I think that is very timing right now to be trying to do it.
Otherwise, I'm bouncing to Ally. I can't remember if you did, but we might have forgotten.
No, I was just gonna, well, for what it's worth, you wanted to hear it, right? So I support 2023 with two questions. Because one, the only reason we really put this off was because of COVID, and it's long overdue. And, I think the community is ready. And the second question, you're right, would be that education piece. It would be more complicated to explain the preschool stuff. So if that were to fail, at least, hey, it's in people's minds, and the next time they have more clarity, if we have to have it next time, and hopefully don't.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Amy, I have some questions on the chart here. It shows 111, 922, 167. That's what we currently owe, correct?
Oh, are you the tax impact share or the level versus wrap debt?
Yeah, well, I don't know, the sheet that's in front of me.
Okay.
I'm just looking at, 50.
So the 111 million is the tax capacity. That's the total valuation in millions.
That's our tax
Yeah.
capacity.
That's showing the net tax
But
capacity rate.
When is Kennedy paid for?
So, and here, let me go back to this. So you don't see Kennedy, so Kennedy has 4 more years left. I believe it's paid in 2028. However, the tech bond was structured so that when, similar to this wrap debt option that we're talking about here, there is no decrease in taxes when Kennedy is paid off. Because of the way the tech bond was structured.
Yep.
But yeah, I believe I think I have it here. I think it's 2020.
And tech
I
would
do
be
have it.
done in
So
2039.
Kennedy is paid off in 2027. Tech is paid off in 2037. So they're 10 years.
And then this one would be paid off in 2044.
Yes, this has, I believe taxes would start in, so if it's that will depend, right? If we're talking about a fall 2023, bonds would be issued in 2024. So then yes, the last payment would be 2044.
So we can pay 90 million in debt. Basically between 2037 and 2044.
Yes, so when we look at, I actually have that calculation done because I was curious how much of it is shifting. So when we look at the two bonds that drop off, so the alt facility bond that was issued in 2015 that did the 37 million in improvements, that is part of our debt service. That drops off in 2035. So between that and then the tech bond being fully paid off in 2037, it's $85.5 million worth of the principal and interest on the new issuance that essentially is paid on the back end of the new issuance as compared to the front end, which is why you see such a smaller tax impact than the leveled debt option.
And is the interest accruing the entire time? As we're basically borrowing the money and then interest is accruing, but we're not making any payments on it for?
So we do make payments. There's still payments on the front end. They're just smaller. And it's not quite as simple. There's actually usually some capital appreciation bonds where the rates are set to be higher to compensate. So that's why we have financial advisors who know those options for issuing the debt to maximize the lowest rate that we can get. But it's usually a combination of it's all rolled into one issuance, but there's some the ways that they can restructure it that maximizes those rates, so that we're not paying higher rates or significantly higher rates than we would under a level debt issuance.
So on a $60 million project for $42.38 on a household annual, you can pay this off. You'd be extending, you're basically not, you're going to see a $40 increase for the entire time period, but you're going to pay it off by, instead of 2037, 2044.
Correct. And it wouldn't be that we would pay it off under a level debt. You would just not see that tax. So on the drawing that showed the new issuance is still being issued over 20 years under either option. It's just they're not going to see those other issuances drop off and see a corresponding decrease.
You're basically asking for keeping, I mean, if you pay off tech and don't do this, you're going to be done paying in 2035. So you're asking
Correct.
to extend out to 2044.
The tax
2037.
impact. Correct.
So you're asking them to extend the current taxation out through 2044
Correct.
versus 2037.
Yes.
Hey, you can ask a question.
I'm just looking at the time here, and so I'm thinking, what is our next step? What are you needing from us today?
So I think we want to understand where everybody is at in the moment. And I'll start that I really appreciated the information because I hear, yes, there's a need, but to wrap my mind around what exactly is that need and is it going to make an impact? And I heard both of those today, that yes, there's a need, yes, it's going to make an impact. So me, two things, I'm supporting the ask and would support it for 23. But if, but I'm fine with delaying it to the 24, but would support that we ask right away. So anybody else feel comfortable sharing where they're at with that? The ask and the timeline, where are you?
Yeah, I think we should do the ask in November of '23. At least then we'll have a fallback position for '24.
Anybody else wanna vocally or visually tell us where you're at, where your thoughts are?
I'm supportive of making the ask in '23.
I'm also supportive of that, and I can see both ways of one or one and two, so Zach has enlightened me. Because that's education, so stop. So I don't have a thought on that, actually, but I do have a really a thought on 23 being the way to go.
I'm asleep about it.
Okay. Just process it. So we'll give his opinion later.
One more question on this $250,000 house. Say we take 70 million for Apollo and maybe 20 million for the other stuff. What's that come to for a house?
So on the $250,000 house, again, that example would put you at a 90 million total, which would be 95, 91 per year.
So I know we are out of time now, and I think that I would like to ask for a presentation at the work session specifically about the tax impact and how does that, a little bit more of kind of a walking through how you got to those numbers and yeah, kind of like more cases about what's my pocket, how I'm gonna suffer, and family's pocket about that. So I just wanted to ask that.
You want it at a board meeting or a finance?
Work session.
Work session, that's what I meant. Work session or finance, work session.
Board work session. We can review it at finance. I don't know. I don't know if we need, yeah, whatever the process is.
Okay, any other comments or questions, information you're seeking?
Yeah, I guess I like whatever the process is, I guess. I like, that's the answer. I have to, in 23, yeah. I don't know, what formally do we have to ask for it?
Okay.
This technically will be coming from administration, right? So, I don't know, do they need a green light? Do we have to do, yeah, I don't know. I want to make it happen fast, but I don't know how that process works.
I mean, like, do we formally vote on moving it forward? I don't think we do. We do?
We will, now that we understand that the board's interest in potentially moving forward, if everybody had said absolutely not, we're not interested, we wouldn't take next steps to engage a construction manager and take the architect information to board finance. Now we know that, we'll get that information and then we will bring it back to you in a place where you would actually vote on it and get more information as being requested.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Right.
And
And part of that is we didn't move forward with engaging a construction manager, right? Because we needed this meeting to get that general sense of kind of the nod to move forward. We can't even bring an administrative recommendation on a dollar amount because we don't have a construction manager. We're not experts in construction costs to be able to try to, pull that together internally. So we will very quickly move forward with that as the next step, with that being on the agenda for board finance for February.
Are we good then to break and we'll be back at 2:15?
Can I just make sure that what we're doing now is this is a slight nod? A slight enough nod in order to get the construction manager, right? Yeah?
And the plan.
And yeah, and to discuss further
To
at Finance
get to
Committee.
next steps,
To
right.
get to
You
the
don't-
next steps.
Okay.
Yep, and then it will come back to the board at a future meeting.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay, let's break. Oh, thanks. Yeah, straight.
So this is Ryan.
Services Department, we have two portions of the strategic plan where we're focusing on. The first is improving culture by using input from staff, and also tied with that is improving process for employee talent development. So highlights that we're looking at are incorporating a professional development annual goal for each employee in our department. Our department employees are a lot of busy behind the scene workhorse type personalities who don't usually think about themselves or take time to do anything in terms of advancing that knowledge or exploring those opportunities. And so we're being very intentional about that work. We also want to provide an opportunity for staff in the department to give input on processes, really focusing on that process improvement, and then also using department expertise, whether that be Skyward, Excel, or other resources where we may have people in our department who are very skilled and knowledgeable, and making sure that we're sharing that out with other staff throughout the district. In terms of progress and next steps, we held a department retreat yesterday just to make the business services staff familiar with the district strategic plan and our department goals for the year. We'll be having monthly department meetings to follow up on that, working to identify those professional development opportunities for staff, providing the coverage if needed for those staff to attend those, knowing that we have a lot of day-to-day processes, that if somebody wants to be able to go to something, we may need to help provide a backup so that we aren't not paying employees or getting payroll out. That's probably frowned upon typically. And then also just to develop what does that process for employee input look like. And then our second outcome is mostly tied to the strategic allocation of resources. It is obviously not our department's job to decide how resources are allocated, but sort of drawing on that in terms of making sure that we're maximizing resources, that we're getting the most funding that we can and using it strategically, and then identifying again with stakeholders where we can have process improvements. So one thing that we want to do is to make sure that we provide an opportunity for others in the district to give input on our processes. Our processes in our department touch a lot of people in the district, and so making sure that we're listening to how a process that we roll out really impacts stakeholders, and also educating schools and district staff about school funding. There really is I think, a lack of understanding of how schools are funded, how funds are allocated, how staffing works, and that really ties in with maximizing those resources, both for administrators to have that knowledge, but also all of our staff who are impacted, right? They're impacted by those decisions, and we want to provide an opportunity for them to learn if they so choose. So again, developing that process for stakeholder input. In terms of next steps, we have a finance staffing town hall that is tentatively scheduled. Again, we don't know what that outcome will be and how many people will be interested, but we want to really try to provide those opportunities so that teachers, other staff, administrators have a venue to ask questions about the school district budget, where funds come from, and really try to raise that awareness. And then making sure that we're monitoring any grant opportunities, staying up to date on the legislative session in terms of potential funding that might be coming through, so that we can really maximize those resources that we have for our staff to allocate to instruction.
Gary told me we're doing a at bat on deck kind of rotation here, so.
It's going to be dizzying. Good afternoon, school board members, Superintendent Putnam. From Human Resources, our work this year, although we're very busy in recruitment and retention generally, we're really focusing on positive climate and culture, which is one of the primary outcomes that we're focusing on across the district this year. What that looks like from a human resources standpoint is, first of all, really embedding that intention into every employee's work expectations. At the start of the school year, every employee from the superintendent all the way down through the organizational chart completed in our Standards for Success evaluation system a reflection on their personal commitments, not only to their personal kind of well-being and positive engagement, but also to their positive engagement with their teams and supporting the teams that they work with every day. And then did a self-assessment after setting those goals. And they did that self-assessment in October. Another one was due in December, and they'll do that again in March. So we're providing that embedded opportunity for employees to focus on that as a shared intention and goal across the district. Secondly, we talked to employees at the start of the year, but that not only are we asking each employee to engage in that work of thinking about culture and climate, but we're expecting our district leaders to really focus on engagement of employees to be able to support that work. And so we working with 12 indicators of employee engagement and have surveyed all of our schools around those 12 indicators, and building leaders have been engaged in getting feedback from staff directly about those indicators of engagement and what's working in their schools and what they need for support. So that's underway, and that also will be monitored 3 times this year. The second thing that we're working on under this objective is just really actively engaging employee voice. Again, together with Dr. Putnam's goal for that throughout the organization, to really see ourselves as a listening organization. That looks like staff meetings every month that have a dedicated time to climate and culture, and Shane and I and other of the district leadership cabinet members sitting in on those meetings and really being able to participate and listen to employee feedback in those settings. It also includes the superintendent conversations. For me and one of my supervisors, Shane Keating, we spend a lot of time in performance management meetings, and even in those kind of performance management meetings, it's an opportunity to listen deeply to what's happening for staff and what are those obstacles to their success that are getting in the way that we can think of throughout the system. The work that ION's department is doing with affinity groups is part of that effort, and we'll be supporting that. And then I think Superintendent Putnam previewed that negotiation. So that always gives us a chance to engage employee voice in that really intensive way every 2 years. Lastly, we want to really actively develop those pathways for teacher licensure. We know that that is one of the major stresses on our employment system, is having qualified licensed teachers in all of the teaching areas. And so, we've done things throughout the last several years with our Grow Your Own program and parent-to-teacher partnership that we've had with St. Cloud State for a number of years. But we are diving deeper into those partnerships, adding other university partners to that work, and also developing the Teach Minnesota pathway, which is a pathway for anyone with a BA or a BS degree that would like a 1-year pathway to teacher licensure that's affordable and accelerated. So those are opportunities that we'll have to engage our staff that are looking for those advancement opportunities, and also to fill that important need we have for licensed staff. So that is what I have for human resources.
It sounds like you're doing a lot of employee surveys. Is this being done anonymously, or are they putting their name and face on the line?
Depends which one you're talking about, right? So the first one I talked about, which was the setting of goals around positive culture and climate, that's embedded into each employee's annual evaluation rubric. And so that provides a platform for discussion with their supervisor or principal or leader during each of those touches in that evaluation cycle. The 12 indicators of engagement is anonymous, but it's tied to the building. So each link goes out from each of our building leaders, and they get collective feedback, not individual feedback. They get collective feedback, which includes both rating feedback and some narrative feedback.
Mm-hmm. Hi, again. I'm back. I know that I was just in front of you not too long ago, so I'll be brief. But, and that's in part because you did just see me at a board meeting, but also because in communications, what we do truly kind of threads through all of the strategic goals, as well as we are encompassing collaborating with, supporting, and promoting in all of the departments. So I want to make sure, with my colleagues, there are already two things that, right, the communications has been a part of town halls, for example. So I'm going to not try to step on what others may be presenting, especially Ryan, but at the same time, letting you know that the CIP goal that we in communications are intentionally putting our focus on this year is outcome one, and that is to help create a safe climate and welcoming culture where students and staff both feel that they can be heard. And so it's the voice priority, right? And we know that that's a huge priority for our new superintendent. Specifically, we're looking to expand opportunities for student voice and to improve culture by using more input from staff. So what you'll see under highlights is I do mention right out of the gate the 742 Imagine campaign, which is our outsourcing platform. And again, Ryan will talk a lot more about that, but I want to emphasize that this is elevating both student and staff voice. It is for both of those audiences. And what the example of what communications did, if you don't mind, Bri, just tap ahead. We did a branding campaign for Imagine 742. Maybe you've seen this logo, as well as the website work and the communication pieces. You can go back now, thank you. And we also made sure that Imagine 742, which is, again, getting that voice amplified, was known by the public. So we put it in print in the community connection, as well as on the public-facing side of the website. As far as staff voice, we developed the promotional materials and participate in the support of the superintendent's drop-in conversations with Superintendent Putnam at all of our schools and our individual sites. Do you want to just go tap, tap, and you can see? Keep tapping, that's bright. There we go. There's an example of staff being invited, and that, again, is very specific to either the site or the school that you live and work in. And so it's a very intentional outreach. And you could go back to the original one. Sorry, I should have talked to Bri before I came up because I'm special. Okay, so another vehicle, another highlight, this both for student and for staff are our blog stories, which, if you're not aware, those are weekly. You can find them both on the website and on our social sites weekly, and that gives an opportunity for, we shout out staff and each other, but it also is a way of a student, for example, saying, for example, we have this new Rotary Interact Club, and this is why I do it. This is why I think it's important, and it's empowering. And also kind of a cool thing, every single week in our staff newsletter, staff shout each other out. They submit into the notebook what it is about their colleague, Adam, for example, that's so awesome. Everybody in the district should know. Progress and next steps. You're aware of the Student Summit, I'm sure, North Side and South Side. What an amazing opportunity for students to elevate their voice. We are in progress of working on a video that will really highlight the passion of that day. We ran into a little problem in that the audio quality, we were in the gym at Tech and in the Commons at Apollo, and the audio quality that we have is not good enough. So we're going to go back and we're going to take a few individuals and do personal interviews and put that together so we can really highlight what a beautiful day that was. We're going to continue with the other stages of 742 Imagine. We have extended the invitation to individual schools that we are here for you. How can we support, elevate your student voice? And one personal goal that the communications department has made is to focus more on student interviews. In our videos, for example, we have a lot of adult voices, and sometimes it's the adult voices telling us what's going on with students. And so our personal goal in the department this year is to get more student interviews, to hear one-on-one more from students. And that's communications.
Good afternoon, School Board. Superintendent Putnam, I'm Adam Holm. Our focus objective is to recruit and retain more employees who look like our students, create innovative and desirable programming that meets the needs of our changing community. The highlights is we're working on offering professional development and training our staff. We do that by utilizing state programs that really focus on what our staff needs, such as the Minnesota Community Education Association, which is a professional resources for educators serving lifelong learners across the state. We utilize Atlas, which is ABE Teaching and Learning System. We utilize Learn, which is looking at the numbers, where we need to focus, what we could do better for communities that look like us. We partner with Equity Services. We also use some of the staff from Equity Services when we hear from people like the wonderful board on what classes to offer. We got one of our teachers from their staff to teach one of our language classes. We also partner with Learning and Teaching, and then Panda, if we have a student that might have a learning disability, they'll partner with us to make sure that we're meeting their academic needs. We want to engage with other district departments. We want to create a sense of belonging at Core View. So if you've had an opportunity to come there, we've worked on making it more welcoming and engaging for the community, and we try to get as many people in our learning space as possible so they can see all the wonderful things going on there as well. Next steps is the professional development around the programming we offer. I went over those and offer opportunities to collaborate on different programs within the district. You're going to see a great one. A great example is Saturday, the reveal at Shields, one of our partners for One District, One Book. We go out into their learning space and do the reveal there. And then on Monday, all the students will get a big kickoff. So Learning and Teaching does the majority of the work, but we get to partner and help in just a little bit of the way. Focused outcome for number 2 is to increase underserved students' access to advanced trade-related courses. We guide students through career exploration like MCIS or NGEN. NGEN is an innovative technology to upskill and empower language learners for jobs in the future. It's an online pilot program. And as you can see, the students can, just like our high school students go through MCIS, they have all that online. So the students get to take what interests them and take that path of online learning. So it's just another option of reaching out and meeting students where they are, but then coming back to our learning space and help them reach their goals. Learners have access to statewide certificates. We use transitional funding. A lot of you heard about that last $1,000 within our 31 school consortium. But we might only have 1 or 2 students that want the healthcare field that are at that point in their learning to take that class. So we partner statewide. We take our hours and then we put some money towards the fund and use one teacher statewide online. But then we have access through our drop-in center to help them learn at their pace. Opportunities to collaborate with community partners. As you can see, we work with RSVP. They volunteer and come help not only tutor during the day with our students, they'll come at night. We have a big program coming up in February on a day off of school We put out, we needed some help, and we had 8 volunteers volunteer to help organize and run a cribbage tournament for high school students. So we're going to do that, but the community wrapped their arms around us and volunteered to come help. And we have a student who's helping us run it, and we ask for his opinion. We don't try to put a lot of work on him, but make sure it's okay from their view, what they think is going to be good and exciting for them. And then focus objective 3 is to create systems and procedures to provide access and opportunity for all students and family to ensure a positive experience with our programming in the community. One of the great ideas to partner with communications was, our book reaches over 80,000 people. And, reaching out to a larger group, that's more than what's in our community. But as I see a bus that comes from another place into our community, in the past and currently until told otherwise, we send our books to that community to get their people into our schools to see the great things we have to offer. So that's why it's about 80,000. But we get out there and we get in front of them so that they can see all the great things. We assist with barriers to access through customer service and outreach. We offer, you can call and register, you can come in, you can mail, or you can do it online. So we try to meet people wherever they are and make sure that they can have the opportunity to register for community ed classes or ABE classes. And that's the utilizing the various things we offer. So, thank you. Oh, yes, Scott has a wonderful question.
Okay, just real quick. You folks are in charge of renting out school facilities to outsiders.
Absolutely.
We're going to be turfing the Apollo Field. We're going to get any income off that?
Well, I don't think it's about generating revenue, it's about opportunities, but we will charge. But we're competitive within the area, so if people wanted to save a few dollars, they would come to us.
Okay. For many years, other districts have sent their catalogs into our district. Are we sending ours into theirs now?
Not all of them. We're only if I hear that a school bus is coming into our community. That's been kind of my guiding principle. We don't go, we have great relationships with everybody around us, but Sartell and Sauk Rapids are close partners and we do a lot. We purposely don't send to theirs.
They send to ours.
They might, and if if we hear about that, then we will. We do, share. Thank you. Well, now, which one? Just email me and tell me which ones, and the next one, we'll make sure that we send there. But they're good stewards. I mean, we're good partners. So they have access to. We're in the library. We're at the front desk. They can register with us. We just try not to step on the toes of our close peers, but if they're sending their buses in and I get that's okay to do, then I'll let them know we're going to do it and then we'll send them over there.
Okay.
So just let me know.
They catalog us, we'll catalog them.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
All right, on to equity services. One of the goals that we're currently working on is fostering a safe and welcoming school climate and culture. And we anchor our efforts in providing cultural, language, and parent engagement supports throughout our district. In addition to providing student groups to promote authenticity and self-advocacy, we've worked on increasing equity capacity in order to promote department visibility in buildings. One of the things that we did as of last week, we've trained all our equity staff in PBIS Check and Connect as a way of connecting with our students in every building. Next week, we're looking to train them on how to use EduClimber so that they are better informed on the students that we serve and find different ways to work with our students and our parents. And the next slide. Also, we're working with teachers and departments to promote inclusion by referencing the inclusive decision-making framework. but also I directly work with our new teacher academy in supporting cultural responsive approach to calling home and inclusive decision-making protocols. This past school year, the start of it, we worked with student services where our staff trained all of our SPED staff, and then they in turn came and trained our staff in the language of special education. So that was a neat collaboration to promote and to really share language and find different ways to interpret and translate the necessary language to make sure that educational equity is practiced throughout our district. And finally, we're looking at ways to keep our parents engaged and re-engage our parents. Our goal is to improve information accessibility by using screencast and different platforms of communication. Something that we're very proud of is the contract that we recently worked on with Weaving Cultures. As our district and our community continues to grow in language, we had to find different ways to make language accessible. For example, Anwak has become a language that's very common, and we did not have the interpreters or the individuals who spoke Anwak. So I called Centricare. I figured they were facing the same concerns, and they referred us to Weaving Cultures, and now we are able to access more languages so that we can keep our families engaged.
Good afternoon. It's been an exciting year for the IT Innovation Department, and the kind of a phrase we use periodically is just the tip of the iceberg. So this is just a few of the highlights. As Tammy mentioned already, we've had we're looking at, first of all, the expanding a culture of innovation by integrating student and staff voice. It's a common theme you've heard today. One of the ways that we've been looking at both student and staff voice, as Tammy already alluded to, was our Imagine 742 campaign. That's new this year. It's called an ideation campaign where we are able to collect, first of all, ideas from anyone that's got good ideas, and then we are able to put those ideas back to the community and democratize decision-making, they call it, where the community can vote and ideas move up and down based on chip voting, they call it actually. So with our first campaign ever, we're feeling pretty good about it. We had 465 staff that were individual users. 210 of those were active users. An active user is someone who comments, votes, submits an idea themselves, those kinds of levels. From those 210 active users, we had 24 individual ideas. 1,534 votes came out of that, and we'll be taking the next steps that I'll speak about here shortly. With our students, we had 770 users, and the students were just grades 9 through 12, so that gives you a sense of the number. So 770 kids logged into the platform, and of those 770, 277 were active users. We had 93 ideas come from our students with 1,810 votes total. And again, speaking here shortly about the next steps. We're also seeing growing throughout our districts and working with those folks is our staff innovation teams. They're really exploring that what if question, and that we always feel is the most important question in any organization is what if. And so as we look at that, it's been an exciting time. Next steps and progress and next steps, again, with Imagine 742, we'll be identifying what we call quick wins. These are our ideas that were just great ideas, and we're like, yeah, we didn't think about that, or that was, let's just do it. So we just identify those and get those moved through the project portal as fast as we can. The top ideas then began to move to the exploration phase with staff and student innovation teams pulling together, and we're working on the next steps for those pieces as well. And then those ideas will eventually move to potential pilots. And then really something that I think Tammy mentioned and Dr. Putnam is obviously known for is celebrating those folks that step up. And so she's working through to celebrate those who engaged, especially our staff. So next one is expanding a culture of innovation by incorporating culturally relevant, engaging curriculum through the 5 C's. 5 C's we talk about are communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, and curiosity. And those align with our college career work that is led by Lori Posh and Leah Sams. And so some of the highlights we've seen there is really just being able to collaborate around with so many folks around our new Central Minnesota Virtual Academy. Again, just amazing people to work with, working with our learning and teaching team around effective curriculum and course selections, our student services and special education departments around supportive structures so that all students can be successful, our communication team around with anyone and everyone that wants to learn about it, and probably most importantly in some cases our schools, because they're the ones that are directly involved with the day-to-day education of our students. So again, just a huge appreciation to our schools for their support. Next steps, we are in the registration process right now. That's very early. And so kids are getting information and starting to register at both Tech and Apollo. And our middle schools are starting to just have those conversations this week. So again, pretty early in the registration process, but we're already seeing some numbers come in. Tammy's team is, I just spelled communication wrong, I just saw that. Apparently I can't communicate. The communication campaign through Tammy's team is starting to take some shape, and she mentioned a little bit about that already. And then finally, onboarding and professional development planning. We know that we want to make sure that we've got our instructors ready and feeling confident and secure to offer this amazing opportunity, and also onboarding our students, because this will be for those students that participate something new. Finally, then, creating a culture of innovation where all stakeholders respond to challenges through taking risks, leveraging lessons learned through failure, and finding solutions through collaboration. You may recall that is the definition that we rolled out to the board about 6 months ago, and that was the definition that was actually drawn up and developed by our staff last June. So around what a definition of innovation is. So just some great things. We are continuing our monthly collaboration with each school. We have teams of principals, media specialists, innovation coaches, myself, who am I missing? Media specialists, academic coaches that come together and really are digging into what this can look like in each of our schools, and then increasing those intentional connections with our innovation coaches. As of last week, we had 214 self-reported support sessions since September. That's direct support within our classrooms, with our teachers and these 3 innovation coaches. And then exploring blended learning. You heard Jason mention that, a model of learning where puts a little bit more of the onus and responsibility on the kids. So differentiated instruction supports SEL needs, and then those foundational understandings. And finally, the progress and steps. Again, we just continue to support our schools around their SIPs, and just collaborating with those amazing groups of learning, teaching, student services, and HR around potential blended learning cohorts in the future. So lots of fun stuff.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have the privilege of talking to you about our learning and teaching department's SIPs. And I brought copies because I wasn't sure if I could see the screen that well, but I can. So our first outcome, and we picked our outcomes and our focus objectives right off of our strategic plan, because our strategic plan really does focus on learning and teaching and how we do that to the best of our ability. So our outcomes came right off of here. Our first objective that our team decided to work on, and you've heard many others talk about this, is the expanded opportunities for student voice. This is an area that we have, over the years, as I've come before some of you, I've talked about that importance for student voice. One of the areas that we decided to work on as a process is to recruit students for our advisory council, but we added a second piece to that, and that is to ensure that our meetings where students are at are welcoming to our students. Because it's one thing to have a student show up, but we want them to feel like their voice is just as important as every other voice at the table. So we're really focusing on that this year. We also decided to be intentional about developing a process for gathering student input on our courses, and you heard me talk about some of that when I brought the new course proposals forward, and also on our new curricular resources. And then finally, our third process highlight for you is to embed student voice ideas into all of our professional development opportunities. So as we work with teachers, giving teachers examples of how they can ask for student voice, how they can get student participation into their classes. So being real intentional about that, modeling, but also having them come up with ideas, because we know that the answers are always in the room, as some of us have said. As we look at progress and next steps, again, that outreach to students, we have worked closely with our past and our future participants in Grow Your Own, and working to have them be more active participants in some of our groups and some of our reviews. And then we'll be seeking principal input as well as we kind of redesign and redevelop our advisory councils. Our process for gathering student input is nearly complete. We have been very, very intentional so that it's not a hit or miss if student voice gets included in those pilots, but that it's an intentional piece. It's part of our process of how to gather that student input. And our pilots that are taking place right now are actually doing that on paper, part of the process. And then finally, we are spending time at our department team meetings to come up with examples and kind of have a bank of resources that we can help as we do our professional development and our time with teachers, whether it's a formal professional development or it's a stop in a classroom and do some examples. Our second area, obviously, as you can imagine, the focus area around instruction that produces positive outcomes is the area that we have quite a bit in. So when we looked at the outcomes in this area and the focus objectives, we have, and you'll see there's kind of two combined, we have from 2.1 and 2.2 in here. So process highlights. We have really looked this year at our team professional development, because I think sometimes we forget to feed ourselves. And we know that as a team, we have to be current, we have to have best practices so that we can share those to and with our teachers. So we've been real intentional about having some dedicated professional development during our team meetings. As I mentioned before, we're reviewing and strengthening our curriculum review process. We have an intentionally modeled practices in all of our opportunities with staff. So our team members are out in buildings several times a week, if not daily, and in classrooms and talking with teachers, in addition to our other kind of scheduled opportunities. And then we've been working a lot around our guaranteed and viable curriculum, and that's what our promise is to our students, that all of our students, no matter which classroom they're in, have the same access to information. So we've been helping our teachers understand that through training. We've been supporting that as teachers are starting to look more closely at it, and also in supporting that implementation of our resources. And then finally, ensuring that students who receive multilingual services and special education have the same access. So they have the access that is available to them or is needed for them. So working closely with all departments. So as we look at our progress and next steps, our team has continued, as I mentioned, to learn ourselves and to strengthen our knowledge. We are continually reviewing our student data to see where the needs are, where the gaps are, where the holes are, so that as we go out and work with our students, as we look at resources, we know what that data is. And it's not just achievement data. We're looking at attendance data. We're looking at behavior data. Our curriculum review process, as I mentioned, is updated and it's nearly complete. We have done real intentional planning this year on modeling opportunities. You've heard a lot of partnering with other departments. And then this year we started a professional learning platform, which you might have heard me talk about before as my learning plan, where our teachers have the opportunity to take courses or workshops around both their relicensure areas and interest areas and need areas. So we have implemented that new platform this year and have several courses and opportunities in there for our teachers. And then finally, our third outcome is around increasing opportunities for students to envision their futures and explore careers and prepare for college. So you have heard us talk a lot about this for our secondary students, and our focus this year is to, although we've been doing a lot with pre-K and K, we want to make sure that that is more visible. So we want to articulate and publish those plans for pre-K-12. We want to ensure that we're infusing employability skills in all contents, helping our students see why they're learning something and how this will help them in the future. And then provide opportunities for community partners to work with our students. So progress around this, we have been working with our directors and coordinators on the plans and are close to that finalization of that written document for it. All of our contents have identified focus skills, and that is our teachers. When I say our contents, they have identified as a department, so as a language arts team, as a math team, as a music team, which of the employability skills they want to focus on in their content. And we have ongoing training around that with our admin and our licensed staff started back in August and continue it to this day. And then, I know you've heard me talk about this before, but we have just an amazing employer advisory council, and we have ongoing meetings this year with that council. They have been just phenomenal about offering speakers to come in, to work with teachers, to produce videos for our kids, so just amazing partnerships in the community. And some of that work is done through our career centers at Apollo and Tech. So that's our SIP for Learning and Teaching.
Right. Next three slides are going to be the operations departments, buildings and grounds, nutritional services, and transportation. These three departments took an interesting approach to developing their continuous improvement plans. They got together as a group to talk about where they fit into the district strategic plan. And quickly, it started to pop where, different places where students were evident. But one theme that you'll see in all three of these slides is they determined that their biggest impact was staff shortages. Because these are hard to hire positions, high turnover positions, and it really impacts all three departments when we're short. And so they wanted to weave that through here. I think you'll see that. As we look at buildings and grounds, a lot of their work has been on retention. Let's make sure the onboarding is up to speed and it's good and it's quality, so that when we get an employee, that they're successful. Also, that we have the proper coverage and backups, because we will have some folks out, but we still need to be able to fill that need. They talked about having succession materials so that when we do have that turnover, that turnover is smoother. We talked about continued staff training. It's not a once and done. And then to celebrate, to have shout outs for staff that are doing things really well. They also recognize that sometimes folks may not be in the right position, but they're in the right job. So let's get those correct staff combinations. And this next one it's so simple, but it was profound, is we hire our engineers because of their mechanical skills, but then they're the lead in the building, and we expect them to train staff. So we need to train them on how to train. And so there's been a lot of work on that. And then just relevant training materials, that it's up to date. We have a number of staff that have limited English proficiency. So let's make sure that the training materials will meet those needs. Next one is nutritional services. And we've all been in a lunchroom and kitchen, and there's a rhythm there. This group really needs to work as a team, and so they've been working on some team building type things. Happiness Advantage that we've been doing throughout the district for a number of years, and there's a lot of self-care in there. Just working on kitchen culture, working as a team, and then one thing that they've really been targeting is what we've kind of coined as menu fatigue. It's easy to have the same menu year after year, and how can we refresh that? And so there's been a conscious effort for farm to table. We have one school where, or a couple schools where a potato farmer provided potatoes and they did a potato bar. And while the students were eating, there was a drone video playing showing how potatoes are harvested, and it's just a really good instructional piece. We have student advisory committees, and one of the things that came out of that last year were menu ideas, and one was sambusa. And we all had sambusa today. That has probably been the most popular menu item so far this year. The Nutritional Service Department is working towards possibly getting student workers, that college and career theme that we heard in many of our presentations today. Plus, it fulfills a need that we have. That's a work in progress. They're working with the culinary classes, so the culinary classes could do some menu planning. And that's with the partnership. And then again, just that promotion, that publication, a photo gallery on the website showing food items and the work that our food service folks do. And then the final one is transportation. And Dr. Putnam did a drop-in conversation over at the District Services Building. And one thing became abundantly clear right out of the gate was our bus drivers, our bus paraprofessionals are there because they like working with kids. And so what we need to do is give them the tools to be successful to do that. We're seeing a more diverse workforce, and so we believe that students are making connections with drivers. And we've been providing cultural, PBIS, and de-escalation training for our drivers so that when they're working with kids, again, they can be successful. Over the past few years, we've been implementing more and more technology into the transportation department. A current one that just started this week is starting to work on an app called MyStop, where families could see where the bus is at any given time. And then to grant the stop arm cameras that will just keep our riders safer. And then the other thing is the nursing department's been nursing and special ed have been partnering with transportation to make sure that the drivers know the needs of students, whether it be medical or behavioral. And there's been a lot of good work on that.
Good afternoon. Hi, everybody. Hopefully, I'm not going to take as much time as Gary did. I really liked listening to that, but I thought I heard a bell go off. But what I have to say, I think, is hopefully going to be music to your ears, because we are really, I think, moving very quickly with great integrity around this process of creating an infrastructure that allows us to grow our monitoring muscles, if you will. And so the REA department, in support of the sites, in service to the schools and departments, aims to really sit with all of these amazing leaders, the ones behind me and the ones out there in the buildings, to help really get at the data and the information and the evidence that they need to really make key decisions around what's best for learners. And so this first half of the year, I feel like I want to put a shout out to Jamie Conway, who has been our systems, sort of our business analyst, if you will, process person, who's done a lot of one-on-one meetings with our principals and our teams that are dealing with the multi-tiered systems of support to put in place solutions so that people can get the information they need to make those key decisions around what kids need. We are thin, so we may not be doing things perfectly, but we are definitely making progress. You can see some of the measures that we've developed that have been used, and these are tiny little probes, I'm going to call them, that we've created at principals and building leadership requests to get after the needs of students in their buildings. We are trying them out, and then we are trying to systematize things and make it so that they can be used by others if they are worthy of that. So we're doing some evaluation of the data collection, if you will. And we will just continue for the rest of this year to really do that good work of developing solutions to help meet some of the identified needs, so that at the end of the year when we all come together to review our SIP plans, we can do a lot of learning from one another. So that's the REA side. And then, of course, you guys know Welcome Center is working really hard with others here around the immersion programming and the CMV, or the Central Minnesota Virtual Academy work as well. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I get to bat cleanup this afternoon. I love that. You heard all of these wonderful people behind me mention student services and special education often. We do have this great partnership because our role in student services and special education is we have our fingers in everything. And so we intertwine that work for students, and our job is to provide access and supports so students can participate in all of the great things that schools have to offer. So I'm going to tell you just a little bit about some of the pieces on the special education side, and then I'll talk a little bit about the student services side. And so on our continuous improvement plan, under focus area number 1, so it's instruction that produces positive outcomes, and we have 2 objectives under that. And so the first one is to foster a safe and welcoming school climate where students are supported to show up as their full selves. And I love that, because our job is to give everybody that sense of belonging and give them each what they need in order to thrive at school. So I love that. And then goal 1.2b is to improve processes for employee talent. So we are teaching our teachers how to provide those pieces. How do we provide that sense of belonging to students so that they really do thrive in all that they do? And so a couple of things, some process highlights on the left. This year in particular, this is our second year of using the SpedForm software. And so we're getting pretty good. We're not perfect yet, but we're getting pretty good, and we're learning more about the reports that we can provide. But this year, our focus was on design of a behavior support plan within that system. The system we used before, it didn't align. And so our job was to design a new one. And so we've just completed starting our implementation. And then, as you can see on the right in our progress next steps, that we're going to be doing more training on that specifically and directly with teachers so that we are utilizing that effectively. And then the second piece I want to highlight is the new Teacher Academy. This year, we developed in the summer, we have a lot of Tier 1 teachers in special education, and so we really needed to improve our due process pieces and the training around that, so teachers felt that they had an adequate background knowledge in order to get started with the school year. So we developed a side track, if you will, for special education, so we could give them those separate and individual pieces, which has been really nice. And then this year we added special education lead teachers as a trial. It's the first time that we've ever done it. So each building has either a partial FTE or a full FTE, depending on how many students are in the building, and to support the on-the-ground work. Because supervisors aren't always in the building, and they split time. So either there's a supervisor or a lead teacher in the building so that they are supporting the teachers and the administrators in all of the items around special education. And so one of our next steps with that is we're examining the effectiveness of that. Did that work well? this year. And so as we move into staffing this spring, that's one of the pieces that we want to know about. If it worked well and administrators are happy with that, then, maybe we'll continue with those pieces. If that hasn't been as effective, we'll examine that as well. And then we've also increased our support for teachers in due process. That is one of the most daunting tasks that they do. And we've offered evening sessions. So it's a 2-hour session in which teachers are paid to attend, and they can do it virtually or in person. And we do 1 hour of professional development. So we choose a topic that they want or need to know more about, and then the other hour is direct support for due process. So we help them write the IEPs and help them with evaluation reports. Okay, the second area in special education, again, is around training and supporting staff members. And then goal 2.2A is to provide professional learning opportunities aligned with the adopted curriculum and learning needs of the students. And so our focus this year has been around what we call high leverage practices. And there's 25 different high leverage practices. It's strategies that are good for all teachers, not just special education teachers, but all teachers. And so we are focusing our training on that. And then even going into this next school year, we're going to look at high leverage practices not only for teachers, but our non-licensed staff as well. We've also continue with our reading curriculum. So on the special education side, we have something called Reading Mastery for students if they are in a pull-out section. And then we also do a partnership with Learning and Teaching on the Study Sync as well on the general ed side. And then our math curriculum, we're supporting the math pilot that's currently happening, and also training our special educators, because as we know, we need to do more math and do that a little bit better. So we're making sure that we are preparing our teachers for that. So all great things happening. And again, moving forward into 23-24, it would just be increasing our rigor and our amount of training that we do for teachers, as well as we move forward to 23-24. One last slide on special education, and this one is looking at our transition programs. And so for kids from grades 8 through 12, our goal by 2025, Dr. Putnam has said all kids have to have access to post-secondary options, and we are ensuring that that is going to happen. And so we have developed a course in high school. It's called ECHO. So it deals with employment, home skills, work skills, etc. And so we have designed that. And then the middle school has a program called SAIL. And same concept, just we're making sure that we don't cover the exact same topics, so that when kids get to high school, that they are looking at some new development skills. And then also in that, we are looking at aligning in special education, we have had, over the years, we've had a hodgepodge, because sometimes teachers are writing their own curriculum for classes, and sometimes they're pulling items that we don't really want them to be utilizing with students. And so we're really working hard for that middle school course alignment. And then also, this one I'm really excited about. This is IEP meetings designed for increased parent engagement. We moved our IEP meetings much to this format that we're doing right now. We have designed our IEP meetings so that when we're in a conference space with parents, that we have outlined all of the specific needs and the data for students in a PowerPoint format. And so as you go, it can be a live version, and you can connected to the work. They know what their students' goals are. They have direct input into all of the work that's happening. And this has been very positive. And at the end of that PowerPoint, we have a QR code. And so we ask parents to utilize that QR code and give us a 3-question feedback on, did we support your needs in that meeting? Are we meeting your expectations as a parent for the needs of your student? And we have had really good feedback from parents since we have used this. So we're really excited about that. And then our progress next steps would just be continued development of those ECHO and SAIL transition curriculum. We write a grade per year, so we just keep moving that forward each year. And then we're going to continue to analyze that data for graduation rates in special education so we can be sure that we are targeting the groups that are not graduating, figure out why, and then align those pieces for whatever the reason is that they are not graduating so we can make sure that that's happening for kids. And then our last one is to develop individual course of study for students to address those post-secondary goals. So whatever those goals are, if they want to be a professional football player, we get that one often. Not, it's maybe not, we're not probably going to have them talk to the coach of Cincinnati. However, we are going to pull out what pieces are they really connected to about being a professional athlete. What do they like about that? And then we'll align what is realistic for them to accomplish, which is great. And maybe some kids are going to be a professional player, and we're not taking that away from anybody. Okay, moving on to the student services side then. Again, student services, our goal is the support so kids can access, and this is for all students. On the special education side, kids are evaluated and determined that they can qualify for special education services. On the student services side, all students can access those components, and so that's health services, mental health services. What else do we have on that side? We have a big long list on that side, how we support. And so on that side, our focus area number 1, instruction that produces positive outcomes, we're going to foster again that safe and welcoming climate. And then the second one, goal 1.1a, integrates social emotional learning and supports. And as you know, coming up, as Natalie shared last week, coming up this next week on February 1st is the board presentation on restorative practices and conscious discipline. And so those are the big highlights for us. We have been doing training this fall on restorative practices, and it has been very well received. And restorative practices hasn't only been that circle component that you may be familiar with. Restorative practices is throughout our secondary schools in terms of building agreements in classrooms and how we function throughout our day. And so there will be a great presentation coming up on that next week. Conscious discipline also, we've been doing training on that. That'll be part of next week's presentation. And then one of the strongest components that we have for both restorative and conscious discipline is the coaching. Teachers have given us a lot of great feedback that Mike Mathiasen and Carl Burks go out into classrooms and provide that one-to-one support. They help teachers set up the environment and have done just a beautiful job with that. Moving forward, we're currently working on a bully harassment presentation to give to principals coming up. We've had some concerns with bullying, and so we want to make sure that we're addressing that correctly and timely. And so we'll be doing a presentation on that, and then looking forward to some summer training for conscious discipline. We are planning some conscious discipline parent nights. We heard some feedback from our parent meetings to say that would really be great. If you're teaching that at school, sounds great. Can you explain to us what that's all about? And we're happy to do that. Okay, next in student services, again around training and supporting staff members to meet the instructional needs of each student, and 2.2a, provide professional learning opportunities aligned with the adopted curriculum and learning needs of students. And so more training, we heard earlier, and Donna just mentioned that MTSS, that multi-tiered system of support, and that is our process for learning about what kids need and how are they best served. And so we had Dr. King come in the fall and talk to us about MTSS and how that really works. And so now our job is to really refine that And we have to refine our data systems, not only the direct human support of kids, but how do we align that data to make sure that we are catching all of the students that need support and figure out those pieces appropriately. You heard earlier last month regarding dyslexia in our Sunday training from Katie Schneider. And we look forward to doing more of that and increasing that as we go. So with these pieces, our next steps are really about monitoring the data, like I mentioned, and then also about progress monitoring our students. So if we have a student in an intervention, what does that look like for them? Have they made progress? Did we change interventions? How are they now doing? Are they getting closer to graduation, which is our ultimate goal? Okay, another objective 5.1 is to strengthen and expand family engagement and partnerships. And then 5.1b, coordinate and maintain equitable and collaborative internal and external partnerships to foster trust. And again, you heard all these beautiful people behind me mention all of the great work in partnership that we were doing. And then some of our outside agencies as well would be a co-located therapy with our Greater Minnesota Family Services. We have a great triage team that connects us to the mental health services in the community as well. We're doing crisis planning with our police department. I mentioned conscious discipline family nights. We had a wonderful Somali parent meeting where they gave us fantastic feedback on all of the things regarding student services. How do we support better? How do we communicate better? That was wonderful. I mentioned restorative practices. This is new to us this year, JCAT, Juvenile Collaborative Action Team, and this is with county agencies, and it has been a wonderful collaboration in terms of if we are working with families, now we know who they are working with families, and we can combine our resources and to support families in a more effective way. And then also we work with Children's Dental, which we have talked about in the past. Wow, that's it. Any questions on that?
Thank you very, very much. Thank you to all the administrative staff for sharing their time and information with us. Much appreciated to make this an action-packed day. A lot of stuff going on. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Jan, for all the food and putting this all together too, and Brian getting the IT here for us. So thank you guys very, very much for joining us. Anybody have any questions, recaps, or any time? You got 3 minutes.
I actually do. I have a couple of what I'll call general questions. And as a first-time board member, I thought the information was absolutely phenomenal, very comprehensive. There's great support services. One question, and you'll know my bias just with my background, I did not, other than facilities, hear one thing about extracurricular activities today. And where they fit within the programs. And by that I mean the arts, theater, music. We talked about it from a facilities perspective, especially as we talked about Apollo. But where do extracurricular involvement goals fit within the district, and what are we doing to address those? The second, obviously, the safe and welcoming climate is critically important, and we know that students thrive when they're in that environment. But another just observation, I didn't hear about rigor today. What are we doing within the academic challenges to create a rigorous environment? And I think that that's something that, as a parent, but also as an educator myself, and someone who values education, I know that District 742 does an incredible job with rigorous education, but we don't talk about it. And so how do we involve that, and how do we create that within our conversations so that people who are looking for that rigorous environment for their students understand that this is a good option for them? Because I know that our AP programs and some of our teachers are phenomenal, but it's another area that I didn't hear today.
Okay, and I think activities, I don't know if that's an annual. And we have arts and some of those things, yes, we did not hear that today, and point taken. But I think annually we'll hear more of those areas too, so. But good feedback, thank you. Anybody else? Appreciate all of your time and efforts to make this day happen and make it great. Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. Sure,